Session, items 1 through 4 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clark?
The first item is listed as executive session number 1, City of Tucson versus 4023 Investments Incorporated et al., Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2020-5700, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103 A3, A4, and A7. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session, consideration of additional Colorado River System conservation efforts through 2025, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103 A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So move, Madam Mayor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Out.
Motion carries. We'll see you in there, Councilmember Fiembres. Come back from executive session, please.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mayor, I would ask for a motion that authorizes and directs the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session to include authorizing the resolution of this property acquisition case in connection with the RTA Grant Road project under the terms that were discussed in executive session.
Is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Mayor, I'd move that the mayor and council authorize the city manager and staff to submit a proposal to the Bureau of Reclamation for additional system conservation by the city of Tucson in order to help address the Colorado River shortage issues. The authorization includes submitting a proposal on or about November 21st that's consistent with the terms discussed in executive session. City staff is directed to return to mayor and council with the status of negotiations before any final agreement or obtain authorization from the mayor and city manager to execute any and all final conservation agreements.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Item 5, time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, the monkeypox virus, mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of council, I do not have anything new to report from last time. I did not see a report this time from the Pima County Health Department. Mayor, I'm not sure if they'd sent anything directly to you all.
Yes,
Okay,
they
I hadn't
did.
seen it myself.
I just, I have Dr. Collins' presentation. We shared it with the clerk, and it went out last week to all my colleagues on the council. Just wanted to reiterate that COVID-19 community levels remain low. Our percentage positivity level is at the low level. However, with 32.96% positive for last week, the week of November 10th. New COVID-19 admissions and the percent of staffed inpatient beds occupied represent the current potential for strain on the health system. Data on new cases acts as an early warning indicator of potential increases in health system strain in the event of COVID-19 surge. The Pima County Health Department further tracks percent positivity of reported COVID-19 cases in Pima County. Again, we have to remain vigilant, make sure that if we are in indoor, lots of people, places, that we wear a mask, that we wash our hands, that, that we take the same precautions that we've learned how to use to remain healthy. I also want to remind that vaccine boosters are available to children ages 5 to 11. Moderna's bivalent boosters for ages 6 to 17. And for all others, please make sure that you visit the Pima County Health Department webpage to further find information as to where they have the vaccines. They also have COVID-19 testing centers available for the community if you'd like to stop by and visit one of them. Anyway, just wanted to remind the community, our colleagues on the council, that we have to keep as safe as we possibly can. And there are resources available for families and seniors to get their booster shots, get their testing, and remain healthy. With that, we move on to any questions or comments or on this particular item. Hearing none, we move on to item 6. The mayor and council will review and discuss the fiscal year 2021-2022 unaudited year-end results and the fiscal year 22-23 projections. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So this is sort of an annual, and I call it sort of because we have traditionally tried to give you an update on the unaudited financials during this time of year. But I thought it would also be good for us to have a conversation and review the 5-year projections included in the investment plan. And so there's a variety of things that we're watching closely, and I thought it would be of value to walk you through some of those thoughts. So we're going to start off with just a synopsis of the FY 21-22 year. We've now completed it. Keep in mind these are unaudited. So I'll turn it over to Anna Rosenberg, our CFO. Anna?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, looking back at the last fiscal year, FY 21-22, we are wrapping up our financial reporting on that year, and we've given you some of the details of where we are finishing the year, and the results, frankly, are good. I think that should come as no surprise to you. You were hearing about those results last spring, and as we were developing the current year's budget. Particularly, our general fund revenues were strong. They exceeded our adopted budget by $62 million, which is a significant amount of money. Particularly tax revenues make up $50 million of that $62 million amount. And we give you the details on page 2 of the memo, all of the different areas of strong tax collections, primarily the sales tax, which saw our collections $22 million over our initial budget projections, as well as the transient occupancy tax coming in $10 million over the adopted budget amounts. And certainly both of those conditions I could see would be strong as we recovered from the pandemic situation in the year prior. On the expenditure side, the good news continues. We also spent less than the adopted budget amount. Our expenditures came in $7 million less than what was approved in that spending plan. The most significant single source was the Pima County jail charges. We saw almost $2.5 million less than was budgeted, and only about half of what we projected. And there's a discussion of that included in the memo. So, let's see. I guess I'll turn it over to the city manager to talk about how this information coming out of last year's budget then flows into where we stand in the current budget, this current fiscal year, and flows into our 5-year investment plan.
Thank you, Anna. Mayor, I'm going to start off with the jail board costs. I was on a conference call this morning with our county administrator, Jan Lesher, and she informed me that the jail the census is creeping back up. So that means those costs are probably going to go up as well. So it was probably a 1-year thing. We'll see. There's a lot of conversations that are ongoing. So as you remember from the budget, I did provide you with some thoughts and ideas with regard to an investment plan. And the idea was to take our fund balance coupled with increases in the fund balance on an annual basis and develop a game plan for expending on a variety of needs. And it's unfortunate, I think a big part of the rhetoric is, cities rolling in dough. And I was very cautious during the budget to remind everyone that we have way more needs than we have money in the bank. And so it's a matter of being very conscious and deliberate in the way we expend those dollars. So what we found are a couple things. One, I asked the staff, based on some of the volatility in the economy and in the market, to go back and relook at all of our assumptions, both on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. What you'll see is the revised numbers do a couple things. One, they account for almost $20 million in additional costs, mostly when it comes to pension as well as liability insurance. Our claims are higher than what we had anticipated, so we're needing to account for those dollars going forward. Just to remind you, we are self-funded, so we've got to make sure we've got money in the bank to pay those claims. The other thing we did is we looked at our revenues. If you look at our 5-year plan, it was in the 2.7 to 2.8% increase annually. We've dropped that a little bit to 2%. I think that's better for us for planning purposes going forward, just to make sure that we aren't painting a rosy picture, and not that 2.8% is rosy by any stretch, but I just wanted to make sure that we were comfortable with that going forward. And again, making sure that we look at how we can adjust given all of the expenses that we have projected. The other thing that I'll mention is, as a part of the budget, I did make recommendations with regard to compensation. You remember we had varied discussions about a 3% across the board adjustment for employees. That was implemented. But I also had suggested to you that we had built in an additional over $9 million, about $9.4 million for employee compensation. And the intent was to be broken up into an across-the-board allocation for employees in the January timeframe, but also looking at specific areas where the market was a challenge. And one of the areas, obviously, were our police officers, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. So ultimately, we've embarked on going down the path of making sure that our employees are well paid and commensurate with the market. We've done analyses on a variety of different fronts, and so we're addressing a lot of those areas. Some of our technical areas are still struggling. They continue to be a challenge for us, but we are making some strides on those fronts. In the materials, you'll see that there are 3 specific areas that I outlined for you. One is the MOU that was approved previously by you all for our Tucson Firefighter Association, that MOU. That cost will be between $2 and $3 million this year and next. And so I've built dollars into the budget for that. Big cost there is to address our paramedic pay. They were behind market, and I believe that this will bring them more commensurate with some of the market. It does not address every single market issue in the fire service, but it does start to make some progress there. The second is police officer pay. As you remember, Phoenix announced a large increase for their officers, their commissioned officers, and our MOU with our labor union, the Tucson Police Officers Association, does outline 90% of Phoenix. Those costs are in the vicinity of about $30 million annually if we were trying to make the 90% of Phoenix. So I've met with the chief. We've looked at how we can remain competitive in the region. And my recommendation ultimately is to look at least incrementally, remaining competitive in the region. The goal will ultimately be for a minimum of 5% above the 2 highest entities within the region on average. So I'm hopeful that we can maintain that and continue to be competitive in the region. Ultimately, obviously, the ultimate goal is for us to comply with the MOU. So in the materials, you'll see there's a cost of $5.2 million that we are allocating. I'm recommending be allocated for police officer pay. That is an average of a 7% increase for police officer classifications. That is not 7% across the board. That's an average of 7% based on the type of classification, et cetera. Keep in mind that $5.2 million is for 6 months. That would be starting January. So next year, we've got to absorb $10.4 million. The other thing that's included in the materials is, as I mentioned before, I had allocated dollars for employees across the board. And so I'm recommending a 2% adjustment. And that cost will be just shy of $2 million this year, and then $4 million next year, because again, it's for 6 months. Mayor, I did want to take a quick minute. I know that some of you had asked me about the 3% and the red circled employees and that. I have spoken with the city attorney. We will come back to you with a recommendation for changing language. The current language does not allow us to pay outside of the way that we're structured in terms of base salary adjustments without going through some gyrations. So we will bring back some recommendations in terms of how to address that so that there is no question. So when I say to you it's a 2% or 3% adjustment for employees, all employees get that regardless of where they sit within the pay range. That's the goal. So we'll bring that back to you. There may have been some thought that there may have been some, kind of something behind the scenes that kept us from doing that. It actually was the rules, the way that they were established, and we implemented them. But going forward, we will do it. We will do it that way. The last thing I'll leave you with on that topic is that we have other areas. I know that our equipment operators, we have been working very closely with them to develop a tier system whereby an individual can come into the city of Tucson based on qualifications, can receive promotions or additional dollars within the same classification, but get paid more for the different types of equipment that they would learn to use. So for example, they get hired as a 1, given certifications, they can move to a 2 and to a 3, et cetera. Moving on to the actual spreadsheet for the 5-year plan, you can see that assuming that we move forward with today's recommendations and in FY 23-24, starting July 1, I've included 3% for all employees as an adjustment and an additional 2% for police officers. My intent and goal there is to be at 5% in the police commission ranks above our local market. Those costs are outlined in the materials. In addition, that cost, again, of making the entirely of the 12 months will show in the materials about a $14 million shortfall. So I gave you 2 spreadsheets. The first spreadsheet, I believe, is attachment B, shows what happens if we don't do anything during 24, and we just absorb the entirety of the 14 million out of fund balance. We basically run out of money, and we turn into the red. I'm not going to let that happen, and I would never bring something like that to you. I only show that to you so that you understand that it's important that we look at that as we start and prepare for that 24 year. The second spreadsheet is attachment C, and that shows what happens if we balance in 24 and all of our assumptions hold within the next, within the next 5 years. And so you can see that there are adjustments that may be necessary to the investment plan. Keep in mind that, just like I told you before, a plan is really a good thing because it gives us a snapshot, but there's a lot of unknowns. The last thing I'll leave you with is, one, you still have a very solid financial position, and we are going to watch in the next 3 months, 4 months, the economy, our revenues, and as we start to craft the budget for 23-24, these numbers may be tweaked, and then I'll come back to you with a recommendation, and it will be a balanced budget in 23-24. But again, I just wanted to give you a thumbnail sketch of all the thoughts that we're looking at. Mayor, I would be looking for direction on the police officer pay. You've already approved the TFFA as part of the MOU. The police officer pay proposal, as well as for all other employees. Happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I thank you for the report. Really appreciate it. I appreciate doing a review of where we are financially, especially when there are questions regarding our economy. Although the memo does say that sales tax projections are coming in higher than anticipated, so that is good. That's a good sign that the economy is still strong here in Tucson. And it's important that we continue evaluating the decisions that we've made in the last 2 years, especially because this mayor and council has been very deliberate about our investments. The supplemental investment plan is a perfect example of mayor and council committing to one-time expenditures on the areas that people in Tucsonans value. We're investing in public safety, equipment, vehicles, apparatus, facilities. That's to the tune of $18 million for the next 5 years. I'm glad to see that in your attachment C, a projection, an adjusted projection based on economic concerns moving forward, that those $18 million are there. We told the voters of Tucson with Proposition 411 that we would invest those $18 million for the next 5 years in public safety. And so I'm glad to see that it's still there. Also, the $4 million on Collector Streets program from the general fund. Glad to see that's still there, although I had a tear in my eye to see the other adjustments that we would have to reduce if the economy were to go in the wrong direction, including community safety, cleanups, beautification, entryways. We would have to reduce that. But most importantly, what I appreciate about your report is you making plans with us on compensation, because we've all seen what inflation has done to families, including my own. I go to the grocery store to purchase meat and chicken and bread and milk for my children, and walk out with the same amount of food. But it's twice as much that I've had to pay, and many times for those goods for my family. So one of the most important investments that I feel as the mayor that we can make in our resources as a city is our workforce. Our workers, it's important that we invest in them, especially in our public safety workers. And every single employee is valuable to our organization. So being able to have in front of us a potential increase in salaries across the board, but especially those positions that are hard to recruit and retain is very, very important for me. So I guess my questions are for you, Mr. Managers. When was the last time that Mayor and Council adjusted market rate for public safety and the rest of the workforce in Tucson?
Mayor, the last adjustment was this past summer. It was an across-the-board 3%. Before that, during the fiscal year, there were market adjustments, and there were adjustments across the board. So, and everybody's.
And the average market rate adjustment for our police department was how much percentage? In 21, I'm trying to remember.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't know that. I don't have that committed to memory. I'll have to check and get back to you.
Okay. Because I know that we did a historic market rate adjustment back in 2021, so I was wondering, I know that there are areas in our city that were struggling, so some of them were higher than others. I know IT, TPD, and our public safety communications workers received a bigger percentage than all those across the board in 21. What other areas are you considering the type of tiered system like you are in environmental services?
Mayor, it's a great question. My goal is to have this across the board, because I believe that the way that we approach promotions from one position to another is archaic, and we need to make sure that we are providing a path forward so that employees, based on their qualifications, based on their training, they can move up the pay scale without having to wait for a position to be open. I'll use my buddy here, the city attorney, who has been doing that for quite some time, and we've actually used his model of hiring folks at an entry level and within, we call it an underfill, with the employee, really it's up to them to gain their certifications, to get the experience and gather all of that so that they can move up themselves as opposed to waiting for a position to be open. We also have that already in water in our our utility technician group. So we're looking across the board. We're exploring now with our mechanics, something very similar based on ASE certifications. So it is my goal to try to do this in a way where employees that are truly driven and committed to gaining the certifications and experience can receive compensation because, quite frankly, they're more valuable to the organization.
Are we considering the same tiered system for community safety officers? Because I know that, it's an entry, and then we're trying to figure out, since it's such a new position, we're trying to figure out if a tiered system would make sense for community safety officers.
Mayor, we're looking at it across the board. I know that the chief had some thoughts on that early on, and so we're making sure that we fill the positions that were allocated this year. And part of it is to provide those folks with a career path so that they are interested in sticking around for a bit. But again, it's really about the value that they're bringing to the organization. And so as they get certified and as they get more experience, then they become more valuable as opposed to waiting until there is a position available.
The TPD market rate adjustment of 7% that you're talking about, does that include average? Does that include also on the CSO level? And does it affect the 50 additional community safety officers that we decided on adding to TPD?
Mayor, it does not include CSOs. This is for commissioned officers, and it does not impact at this point the 50 CSOs. I will tell you that as time goes on, I expect that we will need to continue to look at how we are compensating and what the structure for that looks like. As you know, we are currently recruiting for an HR director, and that's one of the tasks that will be placed on that individual right out of the chute, is to really look hard at our compensation structure and make sure that we're facilitating these types of tiered approaches as opposed to, the traditional promotion.
Just as an aside, how many positions do we have, police officer positions do we have open at the Tucson Police Department are available? The last time I had heard it was about 100, but I'm not too sure if that is still the case.
Mayor, I know the chief is here, and I'll give him an opportunity to speak to that because I know he's got a real-time information. So Chad, if you don't mind addressing that. The other is Chad's coming up. Mayor, some of that's
Hi,
real-time.
Chief. Thank you so much. Really
We'll
appreciate
get
it.
that info. We'll make sure, and we'll confirm all of it. We're doing it kind of on real time, but we'll make sure we have that info.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager. Right now, we have 737 deployable officers with an additional 62 in training. Everybody knows those ebb and flow throughout any given month, where sometimes we have higher months than the other. We're authorized a capacity of 850 police officers.
So with a vacancy of about 100?
It's 100. We like to talk about deployable numbers, folks that we could call into action to go out and do calls for service. But we're fluctuating around that 100 number.
Okay. But you have the budget for that additional plus or minus 100 officers?
Yes, ma'am. I look forward to the day where I have to come to mayor and council and ask you for increased capacity. We're not quite there yet. We have additional. That's why in our last budget process we didn't ask for additional capacity. The goal is to stabilize attrition, increase hiring, and then we'll start seeing those numbers come up.
And I know, Chief, that I'm not done, Councilmember Fimbres. I will call you when I'm done.
Thank you.
Chief, I know that we have recruitment efforts going at TPD. Can you talk to us a little bit about how it's going and how the recruitment efforts, how can we help in other ways?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, you're helping already, and we just recently launched with a local partner here in town, Brink, to help us with our public safety strategy. So not just police, but police, fire, and emergency communications with our public safety communications department. This is an issue for all of us as we look to increase our staffing and diversify our workforce. So we're very confident at the Tucson Police Department that the answer is here in our community. Really building relationships with our high schools, our elementary schools, our middle schools, creating pipelines of employment. When we go out anymore, we don't just go out as a Tucson Police Department, we bring the public safety team, but we also talk about really seeing the city of Tucson as an employer of choice when we're out there, because we know we have deficits in parks in other parts of our city. So this is about a 12-month program that you'll be seeing. We obviously do a lot of work on branding, but really every day, every opportunity that we go out, every police officer, every community service officer, the detectives, we like to see ourselves, we need to be our best recruiters. If we're not the best recruiters, then we're going to continue to have challenges recruiting quality candidates to our profession.
Well, thank you so much, Chief. I really appreciate it, your effort. I'm looking forward to continuing the partnership that you have, looking at our public community safety holistically has been an incredible opportunity for me to share with you. Just know that we want to make sure that we're being part of the solution so that we can keep our officers safe, make sure that they have everything they need to keep themselves safe and our community safe. And so looking forward to moving on this today. Just have an additional question, and then I'll open up for my colleagues on the council. When you, in table 4, in terms of compensation, you have police market, so bringing us to market. It says average 7% across the board and then 2%. What does that mean?
Mayor, so if you look at that 5.2 million is for 23. So in 24, that would be 10.4. So the total cost is 10.4. Then on top of that, I'm recommending a 2% in July. So in essence, what that is there's 3% built in across the board for all employees, and I would recommend for officers an additional 2%. So my recommendation as a part of the 24 budget will be 5% additional dollars.
Okay.
That's the difference. So that's
Okay.
the difference between the 14.3 and the 10.4.
So the 7 and then 5.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
And the 14.3 million reflects that 7 and then 5.
That's correct. It reflects 7 and 2 because the other 3 is built into the base budget.
Okay.
That's why I try to do that. Mayor, I also wanted to just make one other quick point. You'd asked the chief what his staffing level is, and does he have enough budget for the 100? I would say to you that I have given him direction. He's got the green light to hire beyond his 780, or excuse me, his 880 officers. And so when we get to the point where he's able to bring folks in, then we'll have a conversation. So there is a rhetoric out in the community sometimes that somehow we've artificially held back. We have not. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. We have encouraged to just keep hiring as many as we can. We'll have a conversation with it down the road should we get to the point where we're exceeding the budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And one last question for you, Mr. Manager. And this is out of nowhere. But would it be possible to move on the compensation, on your compensation recommendations in December versus January?
I love your question, Mayor. Great minds. And so what I will tell you is we do need to come back to you with some changes to the comp plan. That needs to happen. What I have directed the staff is that we will make it effective in December so that it's the first pay period of January.
Yeah.
Which is a little different. Normally, we'll say to you, it's effective January, which means in the second pay period, even the third pay period, it becomes available. So my goal is to make it the first pay period in January, so it's actually going to be effective in the latter part of December. So we're on the same page.
Okay,
I
good.
wanted to make sure. Now, and we'll do it as quickly as we can. We may need to bring back a few things. I know we've got some comp plan and some ordinance information need to come back for consideration, and we'll do that at the next meeting.
That would be wonderful if we can, I mean, I don't want to strain your finance and HR folk, but if we can move sooner rather than later so that it could be effective in December, whenever the check, right, whenever the check arrives, but that we move as quickly as possible so that we can show that percentage point increase in as soon as possible. That would be nice. Open it up for my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Fimbres, I know that you are interested, and then Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Manager, where will that put land the city, TPD, and the other departments that are being very competitive right now?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, as I mentioned, my goal is to be with this particular adjustment to be at the average of the two highest paid agencies in the region, with the goal of ultimately being higher than that group by July. And my expectation is 5%. Now, keep in mind that ultimately we'll be chasing salaries to some level, because as those folks increase salaries and we fall behind, and it's just it's a never-ending, try to play catch up. But at least right now, my goal is to, meet what is what is the average of the region, and then moving towards a 5% above that in 24. The difficulty is projecting and predicting what the other agencies are going to do. But I can at least present to you what my thoughts are, and we'll have to tweak them depending on how this affects retention and recruitment.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Are we looking at other avenues for them, like CSOs, the career path into law enforcement? Another thing is dispatchers, another career path into law enforcement. Retirees that have to do the drop, they're coming back after a certain amount of time, coming back into the department, helping us out, seasoned officers.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so the career path is across the board, as I mentioned. All of those areas that you mentioned are on the table for consideration, dispatchers, CSOs, et cetera, and we will continue to go down that path. I think it's important not only from a retention standpoint, but also recruitment standpoint. It's difficult to recruit if on the day that you're hired, the only way that you can get quota raise is either through a cost of living or through a promotion. And so the challenge that I've put forth to the staff is, how do we make sure that someone can identify a career path on their own and work towards making that happen?
We're also looking at seems to be a shortage of bus drivers, also IT personnel, planning development shortages too. We're looking at all these other avenues that really hurt our city.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember Fimbres?
Mr. Madam Mayor, we're looking into those other avenues.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to jump on the tiered approach, I really love that for a lot of reasons, but giving our employees the autonomy to kind of self-direct their careers is really exciting to me, so I'm super happy to hear about that. And as the mayor kind of alluded to, any day that we get to invest in our employees is a very good day for me, because they are what makes all of this possible. So I'm very supportive of what we're working on today. Just had a clarifying question, City Manager. I know you talked about solving the pay salary max. Is that going to be solved prior to this going to effect so we don't bump up against that again?
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, the intent is, again, to 2% across the board, or the average of 7% would include those employees that are red circled as their base salary adjustments. The rules don't allow that today, but we're going to make sure that the rules are in place and change, and we're going to be working together to make sure that there is no problem like what we had before.
So is that expected to happen prior to this going to effect, or?
It will happen as a part of,
As a part of,
of this going into effect.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Any others? Oh, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I wanted to reiterate what you said about investing in the positions in the city that are hard to recruit and hard to retain. And so I think some of my other colleagues already mentioned this, that include, environmental services, IT, and also our bus drivers. So I'm hoping that we are moving in that direction and that we're not cherry picking folks, because I think all the positions, in our city are important and critical in the services that we need to provide Tucsonans. So wanted to also say, thank you for keeping us updated, on our fiscal year, like the projections, what we budgeted, but also what we actually have to work with. I know that City Manager, you mentioned earlier about the jail boarding, decrease that happened this past year. I hope that you can continue to keep us updated on what that looks like moving forward, because I want to make sure that we are, working together and not just trying, to use that as a solution for a lot of our community problems that we're facing. And so if there's a savings that continues to happen in that direction, or even in other conversations with Pima County, that we can reinvest some of those funds into mental health, behavioral health, rehabilitation, community safety, housing, whatever it is that we need to do to make sure that we're actually helping folks instead of locking them up in a way that's just and dignifying. So with that, thank you for all your work on this, and I look forward to continued conversations about our city employees.
Mayor, I just wanted one point of clarification. I know that the Vice Mayor, as well as Councilmember Femers, mentioned the bus drivers. Just a reminder, they're under contract through our contractor for that service. However, I do know that on an annual basis, there is an opportunity for us to have that conversation, and so I will encourage that, because I agree, again, same type of lack of tier is part of the recruitment and retention, but we'll certainly encourage the contractor to go down that path. Thank you, Mayor.
And also to reiterate on the Vice Mayor's comments is that, are we doing spot checking? Because I know that we've talked about spot checking before. Are we doing spot checking in the other hard to recruit and retain positions like IT or any others in the city?
Mayor, we're doing spot checking across the board, which almost doesn't feel like spot checks anymore because the market is moving so rapidly, but the staff has a game plan. The difficulty is the data isn't always available right this minute, but we know anecdotally that we're having trouble with some recruitment and retention issues. So we're taking those as quickly as we can, and so we're going down that path. But again, it's almost across the board.
Yeah. Any others? Councilmember Cunningham.
It's a great start. Again, I think all of our strategies long-term have to aim towards retention. One of the things that we're really kind of running into is experience is really important in establishing some of that institutional knowledge so the base of our employees can keep going. And so while we've always had employees sometimes where I've said they might have overstayed, for the most part, that's not the trend we have right now. It used to be if you came to work for the city or even the county or wherever, you'd get 3 to 5 years minimum. And right now, I don't think we're seeing that around the country. I think that's a trend around the country. And so we've really got to take a look at new ways as far as, we've talked about this in the past, community banking for mortgages for employees, things of that. Some of those kind of incentives that other people aren't offering, even daycare, things of that nature. So I'd really like to see some of those creative solutions for our employees so they get something special, and because that's what they deserve.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kozaczek?
Sure, thanks. I don't want to be the big downer here, but I've got a couple of questions about some of the data. Is the firefighter cancer reimbursement fund payment one time, or is that going to reappear next fiscal year?
My understanding is that's an ongoing program that we'll be contributing to every year.
Obviously, no objection to the, to the need and the cause, but it's something that we need to have as a line item that we can consider, not consider, but reflect. The PSPRS payment increased by $9 million, if I'm reading the material right, as a result of the market pay adjustment. Is there an amount of public safety pension increase that we should expect based on certain public safety base pay increases? Like, for instance, it's going to go up $1 million per 1% or whatever?
I don't know if we have it tied down in the way that you describe it. We certainly could come up with that calculation. We've got a fairly sophisticated model at our fingertips and some consultants that help us project how much our pension obligations are likely to increase in future years. The information that we get from the state PSPRS board, it's usually 24 months before we see our wage increases roll out into an adjusted employer contribution. So we're using some modeling of our own, but if you'd like us to state it in for every $1 of, however, whatever you'd like us to sort of calculate out, I have confidence that we can do that.
Well, I'm not asking you to do it. I just thought you might have that because we've seen that sort of a calculation for other kinds of increases in the past. I know when we gave base increases a few years ago, you were able to say, kind of the universal, you were able to say, if we give employees 5% across the board, it's going to affect the budget this way. PSPRS, as we all know, is a really, really volatile line item in our budget, and we just made a really significant and historic change to the way we're funding it a year and a half ago, and I'd hate to see that fly out the window. Mike, did I misunderstand? Did you say we're chasing to get to 90% of what Phoenix is paying police, or did I misunderstand that?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the 90% is in the MOU with TPOA. And so that is actually stated in the MOU that our goal is to pay 90% of Phoenix. It does have an or that I believe it's 5 municipalities, the average of those salaries, whichever is higher. Well,
That's what I was remembering. It's not, we're chasing Phoenix.
yes.
And so and that's aspirational. It's not this is going to happen per some sort of a voter-approved initiative. This is an aspirational goal based on our budgetary capacity to do that. I'm not sure chasing 90% of Phoenix is fiscally sound, and especially if doing that is going to fundamentally increase our PSPRS outlay. And that's a big number, and those are going to be bigger numbers if we start doing the deal Phoenix is doing, and I think they're going to learn to regret that in the very near future when they see their own pension obligations explode.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, one of the things that's in the materials, and it is our modeling, but there is a table, Table 4, that has what the expected PSPRS cost is going forward. And it ranges, the low end is in 23 is 72% for fire to a high end of about 106%. Almost 107%. So for every dollar we pay, we're paying that into pension. So it's almost a 1-to-1 in terms of the cost. So we can give you the exact number, but if you look at the model that we're projecting, it's almost exact mirror of whatever we pay, we're putting into pension costs.
But the whole purpose of us refinancing PSPRS in the way we did was to cap that obligation on an annual budgetary basis.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, you're absolutely right, and it has capped it in a serious way. Those numbers would even be higher had we not done what we did. That's basically how that works, and so we have, in essence, taken out some of that uncertainty going forward through our Section 115 trust, and so that's your point about the magnitude and the volatility of that is spot on. It is an issue that's got our attention, and we're going to watch that very closely.
Okay, we're paying for 50 new CSOs through TPD's vacancy savings, but we need to fill those police positions as well. And so at some point, relying on vacancies to fund our new hires is going to catch up with us. So how are we tracking that accumulated impact of these new FTEs versus the obligations we're going to have correctly in our budgets going forward for when we do fill those vacancies?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, you're consistent in that you brought that up as a part of the budget as well. And the bottom line is we have budgeted police, I believe at 95 or 97% of their FTE count. So I know that we aren't going to get to that point. And we took about between 3.6 and 3.8 million in the current year and allocated that for CSOs. What I will do is during the course of the year, determine if we need to increase the salary budget within police based on whatever those projections are. I can tell you that we had projected an increase in staffing level in terms of cost, which we're not realizing. So I may be able to go another year using the same amount, but eventually we're going to have to bump that salary to account for those costs, no doubt.
Chad, if you're still talking to me, I have a question for you. You've said in the past, and I think we've all embraced the notion that CSOs is an effective feeder group for hiring officers. Are you finding that to be true?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Steve Kozaczek, absolutely. So we have about 92 deployable CSOs, 92 to 96, depending on the moment in time, with about 30 additional CSOs in the training pipeline. I got to see our new cadre of CSO recruits last Thursday when we were graduating class 22-2. So we absolutely see part of our program with community service officers expanding responsibility, putting the right work in the right hands. We're really evaluating, why do we need a police officer to go? We're calling that blank canvas thinking. There'll be a career path all the way up through supervisors, middle level management, and analytical work and investigative work. But the other thing is you all get a lot of community feedback on any given weekly basis for our response times and the things that we're doing. So we're really trying to think creatively about the type of work that they're doing, and really rethinking that. The other thing is, we get to help young adults, 18 years of age, make good decisions for the next 3 to 4 years that it might actually help them think about a career in our profession. And I just want to close with just recognizing for 8 years, this country has really been critical of the policing profession. And we've had our own mishaps here in our own community that we're all very clear about. So this is going to take time to change the narrative, to make investments, to shine light on the evidence-based strategies that this department has embraced and employed, and other initiatives like the 30-30 by initiative, which is having 30% of our organization be filled with women by 2030. But to do that, we have to think differently about the types of jobs we're asking them to do, the types of shifts that they can work. So lots of work underway related to this conversation.
Finally, shifting gears a little bit, Mike and Anna, your projections are $9 to $12 million in new costs to cover bus routes that the RTA is now funding. If RTA Next does not go forward, does those costs shift to us, or where are the routes? Are they outside of the city limits? And finally, what conversation is happening with the U of A and corporate partners, utilities, et cetera, on helping us to offset the fare box revenue losses?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, I think that's a policy discussion that we can have depending on what happens with RTA Next in terms of those dollars. Some of those routes are outside of the city. They're feeding the city, but they're from outside, which basically entails the RTA, stepping up to the plate and covering those costs. I think that is a discussion that we need to have going forward based on whatever happens with RTA Next. With regard to the U of A, we have had some conversations internally. As a matter of fact, we had a conversation last week with their new I forget the exact title, but it's their new VP of this arena. And we agreed to meet and talk in more detail about what that looks like. We have basically suggested that it's not just about Sun Links, it's about SunTran as a whole and the system as a whole. And there has been some focus on Sun Links by the university. We said that's great, but that is not the sum total of the system. And so we have to make sure that we are looking at the system in its entirety. And so that's really changed the conversation a little bit.
Is it Jim Sayre that you're talking to? Because he's.
No, I'm sorry, it's, the name is Ryan, and I apologize, I don't remember the last name.
Mayor is not a decision maker in that.
No, this is the VP, it's the VP, and actually, the mayor and I are going to be chatting, I believe, with President Robbins. My conversation with the VP was just very preliminary to set the stage on what that meeting will look like when the mayor comes in and meets with
Yeah.
Dr. Robbins.
Pertaining to that, in terms of what the conversation is next with RTA funds diminishing to be able to manage and operate Sunlink, there are perfect examples of what other universities do to contribute to their transit systems. North Carolina Chapel Hill has been contributing $6 million a year to the city's transit fund, and every single employee, faculty and staff and students ride for free. And there are other examples of private investment, private companies investing into transit systems to be able to get to a point where, we have as many residents ride for free as possible, and it makes sense. But my question, the last question, I don't know if any other of my colleagues have any more questions. Your memo indicates that we have $184 million in fund balance available to use. That is not our rainy day, right? 184 is a savings account that we put aside, but we have fulfilled the obligation, the goal we set for ourselves, and putting, what is it, 15%, 10%?
17 total, it's
17%
10%
total
7%, right.
rainy day funds to the side. So the 184 is a savings account that is also there in case of an emergency, right? In case of an emergency. So yeah, that's the one-time money, and that's where we would have to adjust in case of the economy going the wrong way. The 184 is a stopper before we have to go into our rainy day fund. So we're in a very good financial situation, but it's always very good to be prepared and be vigilant about our funds. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, absolutely, and thank you for that. I made the assumption, which is terrible, that everybody understood all that in terms of how we approach this. What I've been talking about is the money or the fund balance that's above the
rainy day.
policy level, we'll call them rainy day fund, which is right at about $100 million. And that is, I call it the 17% money.
Yes.
That was a policy that you all established as a council. I believe it was in 08, 09, in that ballpark.
Yeah.
During the difficult economy, which I will tell you seemed aspirational at the time, and we've been able to meet it. So this conversation is about the excess. It does not touch or even contemplate use of that rainy day fund. We will have a different conversation if we ever needed to tap that.
I just brought it up, Mr. Manager, because we're double protected. This is the 184 that is our savings account, and then the 17% that we have as a rainy day fund, we're just double protected. And so we're in a very healthy place financially. But of course, we have to make sure that we're preparing ourselves for any volatility in the economy in order for us to be able to survive 2 to 3 to 4 years of economic recovery if we absolutely must. But hopefully the investment plan will continue to stand. But all in all, I think we're in a good place. I'm happy to be able to be in a position where we could really talk about a good compensation package for our workers in the city of Tucson. So I would like to consider from my colleagues on the council that we give direction to the city manager, that we act on his recommendations for compensation adjustments, which is table 4. He talks about compensation, that we consider a motion to move with the city manager's recommendation as quickly as possible to take effect as quickly as possible. May I? There's a motion.
Second.
Why are you looking at each other?
So I support this in theory, and I'm on board to start the managers. I've got a feeling that the last time we've done these, we passed this motion now, which is fine. A few of us may start getting phone calls from the labor groups, and I want to leave that door open so I can listen to their concerns. That's
Yeah.
all. So is that caveat in the motion?
No, it isn't. I would suggest that we go with the city manager's recommendation and that as we prepare for conversations for the following year, that we continue. I just want to make sure that we move as quickly as we possibly can with the city manager's recommendation so it could take effect as quickly as possible, as quickly as the beginning of January, if not sooner. And then, of course, we have to make sure that we're looking at our finances, at our economy, and then moving forward with whatever else we need to move forward with.
Question to clarify, then follow up.
Second to that motion, Madam.
I did receive a second for purposes of discussion, Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Kozachik.
Following up on Paul's comment, Mike, what does this commit us to, and what's the impact of what this commits us to on our public safety pension obligation?
Mayor, both council members, Cunningham and Kozachik, it'll commit us to the $5.2 million this year for police officer compensation, which we have projected to include pension costs and overtime costs. So it's all inclusive.
That's the money, that's the $9 million.
That's the current dollars that we have, plus an additional 1.9, almost 2 million for a 2% across the board, which is fully loaded. But it also commits us to 10.4 million in '24 and 3.9, almost 4 million in '24. So we're looking at about 14.5 million this year. I'm sorry, the decision you make today will be the ongoing cost starting July 1. So it's about a $14.5 million commitment going forward.
That's ongoing money.
That's correct. It's ongoing.
That's the grand total.
That's the total based on the decision you make today. I will bring back to you a recommendation for additional compensation conversations with regard to all employees and officers as a part of the budget for 23-24. That's a different conversation. I'm not asking for
So in
that.
January,
Nor am I recommending that.
According to what you're saying, in January, we will continue the discussion for next budget cycle.
It will continue the discussion, Mayor, as a part of the budget process. I don't want to say January because it may not be
Yeah.
January, but in January, the costs that you are contemplating now are only half because it's half the year.
Right.
Next year, it's going to be about $14 million.
I want to get comfortable here, so I want to make sure I understand this. For 22-23, the remainder of FY 22-23, if we vote today, the employees get it now, better than later, but we still have some latitude for FY 23-24.
Yes.
Is that the gist of the motion?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that is absolutely correct. There is no recommendation, nor am I asking for anything on 23-24. I've merely let you know
How
what
much
I'm
it's gonna
thinking
cost.
about, what it's going to cost, but what I'm thinking about in addition to what you're voting on today.
Clerk, is that clear in the spirit of the, all right, then I'm comfortable.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for the report. Excellent job. Thank you, all the team, for your work.
Thanks, Joanna. You were very helpful.
We move on to item 7, but let me get myself straight here. Okay, item 7. I requested an update on the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action and Adaptation Plan for my colleagues to add their voices. They're continue adding their voices to the discussion. There was an incredible community workshop that happened this Saturday. We had about 157 people RSVP. And I'd like to acknowledge the incredible work put together by the team responsible for doing the technical pieces of this work. First, starting with Assistant City Manager Tim Tamir. Thank you so much for leading this team. Really appreciate it. To Bureau Haphold for their smarts and experience and bringing a completely competent team to the table. Of course, AutoCase and the College of Architecture, Planning and Landscape at the University of Arizona. I also want to recognize Jeremiah Dean, our project manager internally here in the city of Tucson. And of course, finally, I want to give a special shout out to the Living Streets Alliance team, which is led by Kate, Emily, and Everin, for being our on-the-ground partners, working in the community weekdays, evenings, any time of the day to really connect with the community. You've done great work, and I've heard very, very good positive feedback. So thank you for Living Streets Alliance and their entire team for doing such great work. This plan is what we need to pursue to get ourselves ready for federal funding. And this mayor and council approved the investment of putting money into creating the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan back in 2020. So I just want to take a moment to congratulate my colleagues on the council, the city manager, for really thinking ahead of time and getting ourselves ready. I feel as though this is an action plan, a strategic plan, and an action plan. It will give the city of Tucson the steps to move forward to make sure that we're aligning ourselves to go after those federal funds. If we think about it, the Inflation Reduction Act came after our movement as a city to act on climate. And it's going to be a historic investment that the federal government does. Having this strategic plan, this action plan in front of us will help us pursue those federal funds. I just want to acknowledge that here in Tucson, and the city of Tucson is taking incredible strides on climate action with our work on EV readiness and EVs, green infrastructure, water policy, our Tucson Million Trees initiative, all of the work that we have been doing. I believe that Tucson is the climate action leader in Arizona. And based on the work that we do with mayors across the country, I feel as though we are positioned to be a leader as a city across the country as well. This plan is an important step to get there, and it's important that your offices and yourselves look at what the community has written into the plan. This is not a City of Tucson worker writing the plan. This is the community writing the plan. That's why the engagement strategy was so important to the work that we're doing. I think we need to build on this momentum as we consider approving the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in December. We've got to read that Inflation Reduction Act carefully with the fine-tooth comb and see what we can align ourselves so that we can go and compete for those federal investments. Together, I think we can achieve equitable, sustainable, thriving community that Tucson is, and it will take all of us, not just city government, but we need to invite our regional partners as well Pima County, residents, small businesses large and small, to be part of this conversation and help us do this. So with that, I'd like to pass the baton over to Tim Tamir, who has a high-level overview and will explain to us what's next.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, for this opportunity to give an update on Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action plan that's under development. We've been busy at work this past couple of months since our last update, including, as the mayor mentioned, conducting public workshop number 2 just this past Saturday. There was quite a bit of energy in the room and quite a bit of great feedback from not just the usual suspects who show up in our planning processes, but members of groups that have been previously disenfranchised or underrepresented in these types of planning processes. In fact, in many cases, leading the conversations at the tables. And those were representatives from our community partners. I'd just like to refresh the council on those. Paisanos Unidos, Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, Local First Arizona, the Southside Workers Center, International Indian Treaty Council, San Javier Co-op Farm, and the NAACP Tucson branch. It was a great workshop, and also seeing especially the young leaders on climate being the table leaders and leading the discussion, and the space that was created for that conversation to occur. It was a great way to spend a Saturday morning here in Tucson. In addition, we had trained a number of promotores and consultants and staff that conducted a number of pop-up events across Tucson. We have created a second draft of the climate action strategies that was included as attachment 1 to these materials. And it's important to note that while many members of the public are seeing those for the first time with these materials, these are the fruit of long-term discussions with those who we've cultivated as part of those community partners, and the Mayor's Climate Action Advisory Council, our Commission on Energy and Environment, a number of other folks. We also had a first draft of the narrative produced that we're reviewing right now and will be releasing for public consumption soon, all with the update, with the intent of bringing it to council for action at the end of December. We've been posting updates on our Climate Action Hub, climateaction.tucsonaz.gov, and this summer we launched a monthly email update called the Climate Action Report. So if you haven't subscribed for that, go to our govdelivery.com and seek it out. We're providing monthly updates on some of our key, not just the plan, but the key initiatives we have ongoing as well. Those are the key things that we've been up to lately. I wanted to, if the mayor will indulge, invite a member of Living Streets Alliance to come up and really just go into a little bit depth of the nature of the conversation with the community partners. So if Kate Saunders would come to the microphone, I think it'd be great to hear directly from her how we've had that engagement and how it's been impacting our community.
Thank you for that introduction, Tim. Yeah, so I think a lot of this has been stated already, but we at Living Streets Alliance, in partnership with Mayor Romero's team and the city manager's office, especially in collaboration with Fatima Luna, the Sustainability and Climate Advisor at the mayor's office, have been working with these 7 community partners, doing a series of workshops in 2 phases. And so the workshops in the first phase are based off of general vision, big vision of what people want to see in this climate action plan. And then that goes through a filtration process with the Borough-Happold team and other consultants. We then did phase 2 workshops with the community partners, and that was focused on reviewing the actual strategies and actions, which people were really excited about. All of this was done with a team of promotores, or community ambassadors. So we built up a community ambassador program with 1 to 2 ambassadors or promotores from each of the groups, and did a series of training, capacity building for people to feel prepared to lead workshops in their own communities, and also have made adjustments along the way in full collaboration with them, centering their agency, their needs, and their knowledge. And that means a variety of different things. It means doing things in multiple languages, shifting formats, making changes here and there, scaling things in a way that people can feel comfortable and dignified in the conversation and feel like they're establishing a greater degree of trust. So that has been a really beautiful part of the process. Those are the community dialogues. A lot of that data, we're still in the process of doing a deeper analysis that'll go into the next draft of the plan that you'll get to see soon. And then our pop-ups across the city have been really exciting as well for people to, for the promotores to be able to share this work with the broader public and get people's feedback in other places. We've been at like swap meets, community events, where we at just a bunch of different community events across the city the past few months. So that's been a lot of the work that we've done. We've trained up over 35 table hosts. I think we've trained up like 43 table hosts. And that's for the phase 2 part of the workshops. I'm throwing around all these like community engagement terms that we use. We have 9 promotores or community ambassadors. We've led 2 public workshops, 13 of these deep scale community dialogues, and several pop-ups across the city. Yeah, I think that's it. Is there anything else?
No, thank you, Kate. I just wanted to indulge to let the council hear directly from you, because I think Kate's been a great representative of the city. And what I would add to it is, while it's been an engagement process, it's been founded on a basis of building trust. Many of these folks are underrepresented, not through no fault of their own, and often it's because of past harms from the city or other governmental entities. And this approach was very mindful of that history and building, as Kate reminds us frequently, at the speed of trust, such that it can be earnest and meaningful dialogue on these issues. So thank you very much, Kate, Living Streets Alliance, and the rest of the team.
Thank you, Tim.
So with that, what's next? There's not a lot of time between now and the end of December, but we will have a revised draft of the narrative out for public review soon. We know there was some angst from folks who understand that for adoption on the 20th, those materials would come out 1 week prior publicly, but our intent is to get something out outside of the agenda process, but through the Climate Hub, for people to be able to that haven't engaged yet, be able to engage with the materials sooner. We still are reviewing the cost-benefit analyses from the economic analyses that were done. The goal is to bring you a plan that is a framework for action, and then also with some prioritization and an understanding of the investments that would be required in their benefits or the cost-benefit analysis of each action. It's not something that we can, on December 21st, have 1,000 actions that go forward. We need to be,
I want that, but you're right.
Understandably, maybe 999 we can get going. But we need to make sure that the investments are done wisely and with the best outcomes for the city across a number of criteria. And the economic analysis will be fruitful in that. And again, as mentioned, bring it to the council on the 20th for adoption. And then the work continues. I wouldn't say it begins because this council and this community have done a tremendous amount of work in this space already. But there's an acceleration that would occur based on the guidance and framework from the Tucson Resilient Together plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. Really appreciate it. Just want to open it up to our colleagues on the council. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tim and Kate. Great reports. It was a wonderful workshop. The current impacts of climate change are severe. Anybody who reads the news or watches the news or listens to the news knows. And as greenhouse gases continue to heat the Earth's climate further, the prospects are dire. But that is only half the story. The other half of the climate change picture is that there is a pathway to success. That involves taking strong, intelligent action, as we absolutely must, if we care about the fate of our neighbors, our children, and their children. This climate action plan, developed with a lot of community input, much again to Tucson's credit, provides a framework for our response to the existential threat of climate change. But it won't be easy. We have already begun to do the easy things, the low-hanging fruit. It will take determination and funding, as the mayor points out, to reduce our emissions. Our emissions are the contribution to the problem. We need to reduce them eventually to zero. That's our goal. But at the same time, we want to mitigate and adapt what's happening in our community. And that will also take creativity and funding. We need to make sure that Tucson's most vulnerable residents can survive, both economically and literally, the dramatic heat and drought that climate change is bringing to our region and will continue to bring in larger measures. I'm so proud of Tucson that with this plan, we have continued, as Tim said, the hard work to accomplish these things. Thanks, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you for your input. Any others? Vice Mayor?
Yeah. No, Mayor, I want to start off by thanking you and your team in leading us through this important process that was a long time coming. And so I know even though we needed to have started this a decade ago, it's better that we start now than wait for things to get worse. I think I have two just I guess feedback to give and that we've been giving to the team, and I just want to make sure to say it at the table that we need to take a more robust look at our parking policies. We've mentioned before that in the US we have 2 billion parking spaces for 250 million cars, so that's 8 parking spaces for every car. Parking takes up to 30% of our cities. We make parking free and easy for private vehicles and make it very expensive for housing. We need to take steps to reduce the amount of parking in our community so that we can reduce the heat island effect, pollution, flooding, and so that we can improve walkability, bikeability, and affordability. So I want to make sure that in that strategy T 3.6 include conducting a parking inventory, reducing or eliminating parking minimums, and increasing efficiency in residential parking permit districts. So I hope that that's something we can take into consideration. And then the second strategy, and I really want to thank Antonio from my team, who's always bringing this back in front of me, is refrigerants and their greenhouse gases, specifically 2 fluorinated gases called CFCs and HCFCs. These refrigerants have been phased out of use, yet they remain in circulation. So it's important that we support and create practices to avoid leaks from these refrigerants and destroy refrigerants at the end of their life. So I want to make sure that we're thinking about refrigerant management into our climate action plan. And then finally, I guess I always have a hard time when we use the term Hispanic to talk about some of our community members here in the city of Tucson. It comes from a language that people speak, and a lot of us, when we get labeled as Hispanic, get erases like our indigenous ancestry and automatically puts us as white. So I just want to make sure that we try to be more mindful of that. And I know that whether folks agree with the term Latino or Latinx, that umbrella term refers more to the experience of Latin America that includes colonization and genocide, and that we have mixed ancestry, and a lot of us continue to survive and be here as a legacy of our indigenous ancestors, and that I would not want that to get erased, and that this is an important opportunity to validate those experiences of a lot of us Tucsonenses here.
So making sure, Vice Mayor, that we correct the language that we use in the report? Yes. Okay, excellent, and great points about parking. Any others? Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to obviously go through the whole report item by item. If we get half of this done, it's going to be great. But I do want to ask a question about approach. RR2 is the community-wide organics collection. The plan says, quoting it, that we're going to coordinate with haulers to establish an organic waste curbside program. So the reality is the city of Tucson is the primary hauler. And if we do organics curbside, we need to also be considering multi-stream curbside, paper, plastics, organics, aluminum. But who are these other haulers, or what are these other haulers saying? And what's the level of conversation that we're having with the City of Tucson ES department on this? In other words, if we're focused on haulers, that's Republic, it's Waste, it's Diggins, it's whoever. But the City of Tucson is the primary hauler to the curbs.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So I'll begin to address that question that the strategy itself will still certainly evolve from where it stands today to where ultimately comes forward for mayor and council action and or adoption of a specific program. Organics hauling can occur in a number of ways, and we haven't, under our zero waste roadmap, that is a concurrent study that's ongoing, that's becoming imminent and be coming back to mayor and council, and that will be the more detailed look at options for whether it's multi-stream curbside collection or do we invest in a materials recovery facility that handles multiple inputs to it, regardless of their source. So that's one element of that strategy. The other is another source of organics is fat, soils, and grease that can sometimes be sourced from restaurants or other actions that create organics materials. And there are other communities that we do it kind of on an end user, bring it to the household hazardous waste or other locations. But that can be done actively through grease haulers and others to create different programs to divert that into energy. So there's still a lot to be figured out there, but understood and noted that we need to be looking at it comprehensively.
Okay, so it's more, the conversation is more broad than simply looking at a curbside waste program.
Any others? Any input?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Richard.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. What the staff think is possible and what is inspirational? Oh, the carbon neutral by 2030, is that a reachable goal?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fembris, there are two primary goals in the plan. One is the carbon neutrality by 2030 for city operations. That is an achievable goal. It will require investment. It will require action, but it's not just aspirational. It is feasible. There's also a goal of by 2045 encouraging and or achieving carbon neutrality by 2045. That is an aspirational goal. That is well beyond just the scope of the city of Tucson to complete, but it is something that we can be working with regional partners and others to strive toward that aspirational goal of 2045.
Thank you, Tim. How would a family working multiple jobs to make ends meet, stay in housing, or seniors making $750 a month support this plan? Care about equity, being fair.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that question has a few layers to it. One is, generally speaking, those that have the lower incomes are the most vulnerable to climate change, so they're the ones most at risk. So failing to act is probably the most expensive thing we can do to impact their daily lives, their quality of life, and ultimately their pocketbook. The city already has some existing low-income assistance programs, especially in the water space, but also in the solid waste space and in other access to amenities or into access to activities like parks and recreation, transit, things of that nature. Part of the implementation of a climate action plan is to assure that additional assistance is provided, whether that's through local funds or federal funding or programs. That's very much in alignment with the pursuit of federal funding in order to fund assistance programs or investment programs that a city would make. That equity-centered focus and making sure that those that have been historically disenfranchised are the ones that benefit most because they're the ones that most at risk. So the hope would be, or the intent would be, that it's not necessarily coming out of the pocketbooks of those that are struggling with affordability, but that we would be, as a community, protecting and preserving and preventing them from harm. By the way, we attract investment in the climate action plan itself.
Thank you. Applaud your efforts, Madam Mayor, for this issue concern. I think Tempe and Scottsdale, Flagstaff have also implemented the programs, along with San Antonio, cities that have implemented this, but we need to look at them, study, understand what's going on with them. And see what is more affordable and equitable for citizens of the city of Tucson. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I really appreciate you bringing that up because we started this plan with an eye to with equity, right? We created a tree equity score, and what we see, the maps, for those of you that were there on Saturday, the maps that we see in terms of heat island and tree canopy, it tells the story of low-income communities and the history of low-income communities being on the front line of climate change. That's why we created a tree equity score for the Storm Tree Shade and the Tucson Million Trees Initiative. And I think that equity in this plan will make sure that the investments that we do, especially if they are in within community or individual residences, are invested in those areas that need the most help, right? The most tree canopy are the most affluent areas of the city of Tucson. Those neighborhoods that have the least tree canopy and have the highest heat island effects are the most low-income areas of our city. So, and we see that, that's the data. That's what we're seeing in terms of heat island and tree canopy. And it's very stark. And so, thank you for bringing that up. I think that is a good point that builds on the program that Councilmember Dahl brought to us most recently, which is the Community Solar program that we're going to pilot in the city of Tucson. And hopefully, as we look at the Inflation Reduction Act, I believe the federal government, the Biden administration, also has the Justice 40 policy, which is 40% of federal funds have to be invested in those communities that are most affected by lack of infrastructure investment and climate change. What I'd like to see if we could ask is for, I understand that the a draft climate action plan will be available on November 16th for mayor and council to review. Is there a possibility, Tim, to share that draft climate action plan on our website so that anyone in the community could take a look at the climate action plan and give input as well?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I feel comfortable that we've had a lot of dialogue with mayor and council all along about the strategies and what you're expecting to see in the plan. So I think once we have it put together and available, we'd be happy to post it for more public review at that time.
I would love to be able to share with the community so that they could, see the draft that we're seeing. And then the other one is that I just wanted to plant a seed, and the city manager and my colleagues on the council, that a climate action plan needs an individual to see the plan through. And so as we think about how do we put this climate action and adaptation plan to work, that we start thinking about, okay, who's going to help us see the plan through. So I'm not going to give any direction. I know you guys are laughing over there at the city manager's area because you all know that part of the plan is asking for someone to see it through. So with that, if there are no other comments or input or feedback, by the way, my colleagues on the council and your offices can touch base with Tim and the entire team anytime you'd like to give them your input and feedback as that draft plan is put together. So with that, what I'll do is we're gonna close up this item. I'm gonna give my colleagues on the council a 5-minute break that can be extended to a little bit more than 5 minutes so that you could stretch your legs, you could go out and get a little bit of a ray of sunshine, and then we come back for item 8. Is that okay? Excellent. Alrighty, thank you so much. Thank you, Tim.
Sunshine?
quorum, we're all here. Alrighty, we move on to item 8. Mayor and council will receive an update on the voter propositions 409, 101, 407, and 411. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. This really is just an opportunity for you to get an update on the propositions that you outlined. The key piece to this is delivery of the programs. You've heard us talk about this many times in different contexts, but never in the entirety of all of them together. I would ask that you consider in the very near term, even up to next meeting, appointing the 411 Oversight Commission. I need to get that moving. We're getting to a point where we want to start construction on projects in January or in February, and I'd really like to get that so that we can work with that commission. So with that, we do have a very brief presentation. Tim's going to take the lead, and he'll hand it over to some other folks. So Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. As we pull up the presentation, which we will deliver as a team, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge a handful of folks that have been behind the scenes on these various propositions. They're the program managers who've, we all often think of the projects and the project managers and yourselves as the leaders of these, which is all very true. But there's some program managers that have been helping keeping us on task, on point, and quite frankly, tracking the money. And we've just had transitions in both of those areas. So, and I think most of them are here today, but Jasmine Chan has been the program manager for Prop 407. She's actually moving on to lead our efforts on our general plan update, Plan Tucson. So, and Aaron Williams, who many of you know from within the city manager's office, is assuming that role moving forward. And then Jeffrey Whiting, who's also here today, was our program manager for Prop 101 since its onset, and Terry Gilliland, who is the key project manager on the public safety elements, has stepped up to help guide those things forward. And Jasmine and Jeffrey have both moved on to additional opportunities within the city. That is your reward for doing great work, as we give you more great work to do. So with that, we're here to give you an update on various propositions, and it really is it's the story of Tucson's investments in its infrastructure, and it's a story of Mayor and Council's leadership on acknowledging that we needed to do reinvestment in our infrastructure, and it's the story of the trust of our citizens, because these are all voter-approved propositions that lead to these investments that we're making around the community. And so we appreciate the opportunity to give an update on that. Next slide. Proposition 409 is where our journey begins. And it is a program that is complete, but it's always important to know where we got our start. So in the Prop 409 got us moving on voter-approved investments in our infrastructure. And it really began our focus on our road recovery bond program, passed in the fall of 2012 with a yes vote of 50.33%, which used to sound kind of narrow, but with today's elections, that's about standard for a winning vote. But that was a narrow margin, but it showed that our community was willing to put their faith and trust in the city to get some work done. It was intended for $100 million worth of bonds over a 5-year period. And in this case, we are looking back at the success of a program. It promised over 800 lane miles of roadways and around 300 lane miles of local streets would be addressed. And we delivered almost that same number of lane miles of major roadways and about 283 lane miles of local streets. But what's important is not only were the numbers very close to what was promised, but the quality and the magnitude of the impact was much greater. So through our oversight committee, the citizens that were entrusted with providing the oversight to the city, they not only made sure that we delivered, but they actually encouraged, and if not even required, that we did more robust treatments than were originally planned. So these streets, we learned a lot of lessons under Prop 409, and we did a variety of treatments, but the bulk of the work was done in a way that's very substantial impact on those streets. And so not only did we get the work done, but we got it done in a more lasting fashion than originally envisioned. So, and there's a before and after picture of a street for Prop 409. So that, by doing so, by doing what we said we would do, that gave our community trust and built that faith that we can deliver, and brought the mayor and council to move forward with Proposition 101. Next slide. This was a continuation of the streets, Better Streets component, making continued investment in our streets, but also brought the Safer City components to it. Because like our streets before that, many of our public safety facilities, apparatus, things of that nature were underinvested, had deferred maintenance, or were running things well beyond their useful life. So in the spring of 2017, the voters approved Proposition 101 with a margin of yes of 61.5%. So we interpret that to be both the quality and the types of investments that we were asking the voters to make, but also their confidence growing in our ability to deliver. In this case, it was a half-cent sales tax projected to accumulate $250 million over a 5-year period. In actuality, tax collections concluded last June, and we had accumulated over $300 million worth of tax collections. Again, this was to continue our roadway investments and begin addressing our public safety needs, which really needed a shot in the arm. It needed, at that point, our general fund was not to the point where we were just becoming structurally balanced, but we hadn't built up the capacity to take on additional public safety investments yet. So this gave us a head start on addressing public safety needs around the community. So with that, I'd like to invite Sam Credio, Director of Transportation and Mobility, to talk through the next slide about Prop 101, Tucson Delivers Better Streets.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. On Tucson Delivers Better Streets, our goals include the preservation and improvement of local and arterial streets. The actual taxes collected were $125 million. The total lane miles promised are 894 lane miles. We are currently through about almost 500 lane miles to date, and we projected that our outcome will ultimately be 940 lane miles. And you can see on the slide there some of the before and after pictures. They're most telling in our neighborhoods and arterial streets, what they look like before Proposition 101 and then following our treatments. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Tim. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. And I'll pause just a moment to say if there's any specific questions on projects or programs as we go along, we also have additional staff available to answer those questions. The next slide on Tucson Delivers Safer City, Terry Gilliland was present earlier, so I'm going to take his slide because he had to go to a meeting. He's one of the folks that actually goes off and does things, and so we're happy that he's out delivering. But the Safer City components were capital and equipment investments for public safety. Actual taxes collected under Prop 101 toward the Safer City component is $187 million, which again exceeds what was originally envisioned. And this includes both the purchasing of equipment and safety equipment and materials and rolling stock, and investments in some of our fire, police, and public safety training academy facilities. A lot of the work under Safer City has been completed, especially the purchasing of police patrol vehicles, ballistic vests, fire apparatus, turnout gear, and a number of other public safety needs, which you can see reflected in some of the photographs. It includes our body-worn cameras and other things. And it's also important to note, I want to go back to the turnout gear for a moment, because in many cases, we were not always able to provide multiple sets of turnout gear or even up-to-date turnout gear. And that makes a big difference for our firefighters when they have the right equipment and they can be safe going into their occupations. And as we've been able to hire additional firefighters and bring our numbers up, having that investment in turnout gear has been critical to that operation. In addition, there were 10 fire station remodels, many of which have been completed, and 5 fire station rebuilds. And in fact, just last week, we were commissioning a Fire Station 8, which was just recently rebuilt. So you actually are seeing these projects being delivered as we speak. We are still in the process of delivering the police station remodels and the 2 new police facilities. That a lot of progress has been made. Not many of them have undergone construction yet, but we've done the planning, the design, the site acquisition, and of course the funding piece in order to deliver those over the next 18 months. And 2 projects we had already completed were significant upgrades to our Public Safety Training Academy, which many of you may have already visited. We have a world-class Public Safety Training Academy that serves both our police and our fire functions, but also trains others from other jurisdictions. And it's a wonderful facility, but it needed some tender loving care, and Prop 101 delivered that for that. So next slide. With continued success, we brought, as a community, Proposition 407 to the community, this time looking at our parks and recreational facilities, and also strong connections, which is another tie back to our transportation network. But in this case, this was intended to address deferred maintenance on parks and recreation facilities and provide some additional new facilities and/or park features, but also better connect our city via sustainable transportation modes like walking and biking. So while we have continued investment in our streets, we have also mechanisms to invest in those streets so that they're not just simply car-focused in the form of our bike boulevards, but also greenways and bikeways and bike paths that better connect our community. This was passed in the fall of 2018 with a margin of yes of 55.9%. This is to generate, or the authorization to issue up to $225 million worth of bonds over the 8-year period, or the 9-year period, and we've actually, we did our first bond sale a couple years ago of $57 million, fully funding the first of 3 phases of the program, with a little bit of money dedicated toward phase 2. This provides some fixed capacity to us. However, we are actively identifying and deploying supplemental funding sources in order to make sure that we deliver Proposition 407 as promised to the voters. At one point, $225 million seemed like a tremendous amount of money to what was promised to the voter, and it is. But with supply chain issues, with the inflation that's been seen and materials cost escalations, and of course, as time moves on, we have been creative and flexible in applying additional funding sources to make sure that everything we promise to the voters is or will be delivered to the voters. So this includes some allocation of general fund monies. This includes the deployment of impact fees where eligible and where appropriate. Mayor and council allocated some of our ARPA funding to it. We've leveraged Storm to Shade or the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Funds into these programs. We've deployed and will pursue continuously our community development block grants to deliver 407. We've been successful in applying for and receiving Arizona State Parks and Trails grants. And we are also anxiously awaiting completion of a round of member-directed federal funds where our federal delegation representing the greater Tucson and the state of Arizona has successfully brought forward funding directly to some of our 407 projects in the form of member-directed funds. This includes Mission Manor Aquatic Complex, the Marianne Cleveland Way trail system, and some investments in the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center. So it's going to take all of these sources and more in order to deliver Prop 407. But we are delivering, and we will make sure we make good on all of those promises. To talk a little bit more in detail, Lara Hamway, Director of our Parks and Recreation, will talk about Tucson Delivers Great Parks on the next slide.
Okay, thank you, Tim. So the goals for Tucson Delivers on Great Parks is to address deferred maintenance and deliver new and updated amenities at parks and recreation facilities across the city. So the bond allocation towards parks and recreation is $152 million. And really that deferred maintenance comes in a lot of different ways, from resurfacing sport courts, decks of pools, shells of pools, all about reinvesting back in amenities that we currently have so we extend their life cycle. as well as bringing so basically delivering new and enhanced recreation opportunities. And that comes through the splash pads, which everybody knows are super popular when we open them, but also adding sports lighting, which then increases the use of sports fields into the evening time. And then next year is going to be really exciting. We have 13 projects currently in permitting, and a lot of them are delivering new sports fields and new recreation amenities that don't currently exist. And certainly we can see that stands the test of what we're actually delivering. At the moment, we have completed 82 out of 295 projects that were listed as part of the Prop 407 Great Parks program. So we're really excited and proud of that. So I'll hand it over back to Tim.
And I'll quickly pivot it. Thank you, Lara. Over to Sam for Tucson Delivers Strong Connections. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Tim. And so on the Strong Connections piece, our goals are really to build out the bicycle, bless you, to build out the bicycle boulevard master plan, complete greenways and sidewalks, add street lighting, shared use paths to support a multimodal, low-stress transportation network. Our bond allocation is $72.2 million. And our achievements include 7 bicycle boulevards in construction, most of which are substantially complete, 3 pedestrian safety and walkability projects currently in design, 5 more bicycle boulevards in design, as well as 2 greenways that are currently in design. And some of these photos to the right just show you the great work that we're doing with the Tucson Delivers Strong Connections piece. Next slide, please. And so now I get the great honor to introduce the Proposition 411 Tucson Delivers Your Street, Your Safety program. This passed in May 2022 with a margin of yes of just over 73%. We're projecting to collect approximately $740 million over the life of the 10-year program. And our goals with this program is to improve every neighborhood street in Tucson, which is 80% of the funding, and then with the remaining 20% improving safety elements within the city. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Tim to make some closing remarks, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Lara. And what I'd like to note is that before we leave Prop 411, this commitment to every neighborhood street in Tucson was something this council felt very strongly about, that we needed to make sure that we are reaching the full community and that we are addressing our deferred maintenance across the full system. But at the same time, the 20% for safety is clearly an acknowledgement that our streets are not as safe as they need to be. And our ability to move people by bicycle, by on foot, and by other modes is not, it needs some help, it needs some improvement, it needs fundamentally investment in those elements as well in order to be the safe city that we would strive to be. With the next slide, Prop 411 does not end with the half-cent sales tax over 10 years and those 2 programs. There are additional investments that this mayor and council committed the city to doing by using general fund balance through the investment plan. And so even though we had a spirited discussion earlier today about the investment plan, about our budget, these 2 annual investments over the next 5 years are not subject to being modified. These are commitments that were made in the Truth in Taxation when we put the Prop 411 on the ballot. So the city is fully committed to public safety improvements to the tune of $18 million annually. And this was one of the reasons why when the Prop 101 tax was, before its sunset, we renewed it in the form of Prop 411. But Prop 411 could go all in on roads and safety because we had this general fund allocation toward addressing additional public safety needs. And the fire chief, police chief, and the director of our public safety communications departments are working collaboratively with the city manager's office to allocate that funding on an annual basis and make sure that we're delivering the highest priority items over the next 5 years. Coupled with that, Prop 411 does a great job of addressing our neighborhood streets, and through the RTA and eventually an RTA Next consideration, the major thoroughfares have had and likely will have a funding source. But our collector streets, the Tucson Boulevards of the world, the Bilbys of the world, they did not have a dedicated funding source. So Mayor and Council allocated $4 million per year from the general fund, plus about $11 million a year from the Highway User Revenue Fund for $14 or $15 million annually toward a collector street program over the 5 years. This will not only keep our collector street network from deteriorating, but it'll also be rebuilds and enhancements of the collector street network. So I can't say that in the 5 years all of that work will be done, but we do know that we have that funding source over a 5-year period to really significantly improve our collector street program while we're delivering on all of our other promises. So next slide. In the near term, number of next steps. We've got hundreds of projects to deliver. We have a lot of work to do, and we're committed to getting it done. Specific to Prop 101, we need to continue the project delivery and complete those promises made to the voter. But we also need to have a final conversation about the additional tax revenues that were generated. It is certainly my expectation, I think the manager's expectation, that first and foremost, those monies would be used to making sure we deliver what we promised to the voter. And because of those supply chain impacts and materials cost increases, much of that money would certainly need to go toward that. But it does also create an opportunity to maybe even complete additional work above what was promised to the voter. Under Prop 407, continuing the project delivery is where we're at right now. And this is a lot of the engagement we're doing with our citizens, with our customers, with the Reed Park Master Plan, with a number of things that are active in the community. But we also need to determine when we're going to be ready to make that next bond issuance, which is some kind of magical chemistry between when we're ready for the funding and when the market's ready for us to go to market. And so we'll be in continuous discussions with you about when do we make that call. And then for Prop 411 and the two related programs, the collector streets and the public safety, as the manager mentioned, it is important that we establish that independent oversight and accountability commission, which will oversee the 80% component. The existing Complete Streets Coordinating Council is already established and is already operating to keep an eye on the 20%. But we need to get the 80% monies moving. And then again, after the first of the year, begin that project delivery. With the next slide is just a chance to show you some more pictures of the impacts we're having on the community. The two on the left are Fire Station 9 at the groundbreaking in 2021, and then in 2022, the ribbon cutting that occurred not too long ago. I really like showing the pictures from like Udall pickleball courts or the other Parks and Rec improvements, because it's really one thing to show a street that's not that great and a street that's pretty good, but when you can see a pool or a pickleball court or other improvements that are made, you can really see how these programs are really benefiting the community directly and their experience of the city. And then we have a couple pictures of the types of community engagement we're doing, where much of this occurred during the time of COVID when we were virtual, but we're no longer virtual. We're at least hybrid, if not in person, and trying to really get people's attention to make sure they know these investments are coming and they can weigh in accordingly. Sometimes you bribe them with ice cream, sometimes you bribe them with entertainment or activities, but all of our teams are very, very skilled and adapted at trying to really make sure we get the current and correct pulse of the community as we do these investments. With that, we can go to the last slide, which I won't speak to, but it's just a map of Tucson showing just kind of a wide variety of the types of things we're doing across the community through these various programs. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, as we're going through this presentation, I think it's important that we think about Prop 101 and the connection to Prop 411 and how that $18 million and that $4 million is allocated for 5 years. And there's a conversation needs to be had, what happens after 5 years? And those are the types of conversations I think that need to happen now, not necessarily in a lot of detail, but certainly a conversation with that. Also, I want to caution you, the materials say 62 million in excess revenue. That's true, but our costs are in the $50 million range of excess cost already. So that number is not going to be very big in terms of availability. The other thing that I'll remind you of is when we went through the budget process, I had recommended $22 million be allocated to Prop 407. That's an important thing to keep in mind. That is built into the budget. What I have instructed staff to do is utilize the bond proceeds first and use the general fund money second, just to make sure that we are complying with the requirements of the bond transactions. Now, ultimately, I think there is a conversation around that going forward. As far as other years, it's a 9-year program, so we need to make sure that we are pacing ourselves in terms of the delivery of those programs. That's all, Mayor. Tim and I are available to answer questions.
I just wanted to add, because I've been in the ribbon cuttings, and it's like the favorite part of the job, really, because it's so satisfying to be able to deliver not just to the residents of Tucson, but our workers, right? People that serve our community, and that for them to be able to have good space, a healthy space, to be able to work and be safe themselves is very, very satisfying. And this is all because of the voters of the city of Tucson choosing to invest in themselves. It's all the voters. We bring them ideas, and the voters choose. And it just gives me complete pleasure to be able to see the voter confidence being very evident in the story that you told, Tim, and your team, going from, what was it, 50.33 to the latest initiative that we passed by 73% of the vote. That voter confidence in the city of Tucson, its mayor and council, and the confidence of us being able to deliver is feels really good. Feels really good. We are in a good place, and that's what I'd like to keep it, making sure that we continue delivering the projects as we promised the voters of Tucson. I just have a couple of questions. When does the switch from Prop 101 to Proposition 411 happen? I thought it was at the end of June, and starting the new fiscal year, it would be switching over to 411. So could you explain a little bit to the public and the mayor and council when that switch happened?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. At the end of June 30th of 2022 is when tax collections dedicated to Prop 101 concluded. And that's where we now know the final numbers for that. But as the manager indicated, we don't know what the final costs are yet.
Okay.
Collections for Prop 411 began on July 1st. And so we've got a handful of months that we've been doing tax collection and tax accrual. To date, those tax collections have been as anticipated, which is good. And then we've been doing the planning process, some of the design process, and the gearing up for delivery of the projects, but it was always our expectation that there would be a 6 to 12 month lag between when you start collecting the monies to when you start deploying the monies, because you, A, want to collect sufficient critical mass in order to let contracts that are significant and deliver the work. There's also times of the year when work, especially in the roadways, can be done effectively and efficiently. So so we are in Prop 411 time now for tax collection. Delivery will begin after January 1, but we still have to deliver the rest of Prop 101. So those commitments will continue over the next 18 months of delivery.
And we talked a little bit about it. How are we covering the increases in supplies, labor construction costs, especially for 101? We don't have to think about those things for 411 yet, but for 101 is important to know. Is it from that chunk of money that we got overage?
That's correct, Mayor. The over collection of tax, which is a good thing, it looks like it'll be sufficient to cover the cost. We still have a lot of work left to do. But Prop 101, the taxes will generally cover the promises to the voter. Prop 407, which is not backed by a tax, it's backed by just a fixed amount of bonds, we know is short. It's been short from almost day one. But we've been delivering everything as promised by accumulating and applying those additional revenues as noted, including the mayor and council this year budgeting the $22 million, which is a great shot in the arm for 407. 411 is going to be an interesting, it's a 10-year program. There's a lot of uncertainty between now and then, but we will deliver on the promise. And at this point, we do not have an identified gap between what the tax revenues are projected to generate and the work that we need to do, but we'll certainly keep you posted on that.
And then just lastly, just want to thank all the team, everyone that makes this possible. It's really important that you all keep us on track, right, in our oversight commissions. I, too, have not appointed to our 411 Oversight Commission, and I promise to find someone within the next week. It's important that they start reviewing, right, because they don't start making decision immediately. They start reviewing what the facts on the ground are and then start making decisions. So it does take them some time to be able to get up to par with all of the information. So I would encourage my colleagues on the council to really think about who you'd like to appoint to the 411 Oversight Commission. With that, colleagues on the council, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you for the presentation and the update. I know that we are still waiting on the costs, right, for Prop 101. And as we're figuring that out, the kind of hopefully funds that we will have left over, I imagine the Bond Oversight Commission that exists now would still give recommendations of how best to spend that money?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, that's correct. And keep in mind that most of the street component is already on a track, as you heard from Sam earlier. The one that has me nervous is the public safety piece, because that's where the construction, that's that vertical construction. And so I'm holding all of those dollars until I see that we have contracts in place and I can define those for you. So it'll be a little bit before we have those in hand. Then I'll be able to come back to you and say, okay, this is what that financial picture looks like.
Does that mean you're holding some of the road project funding for the public safety, or?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, no, it does not. So the way that the language was worded, 60% goes to public safety, 40% goes to roads, and it's very explicit in the language that has to be separated out.
So for roads, you're saying there isn't anything left over?
We have programmed, Mayor, Vice Mayor, we've programmed all of it. I think that's why you see on the actual lane miles, there's more miles of roads there. So we've already made recommendations to the Oversight Commission, and they're making, giving us some feedback and making decisions on that.
Okay, all right. Because I just want to make sure one of those neighborhoods that have come up in the past as a possibility was Silvercroft neighborhood, and I just want to continue, to support that if those monies, become available, that we're able to move that project forward. I would like, and we probably don't have this now, and I think for myself and my team, if we could get a monetary breakdown of where the funding for 409, 101, and 407 had been invested in the past decade, specifically, by wards or areas of the city. Just to kind of have a better idea historically where the money has gone, and then just for us as we're planning for the future, where we know those investments need to go moving forward. I know that, the mayor mentioned that we've, the community time and time again has decided to invest, in ourselves, and that's, so important, and that's that trust building and us, continue to show up and be transparent and in conversations with our community. I just want to put out there, as we're thinking about this new Independent Oversight Accountability Commission for Prop 411, that a lot of neighborhoods keep asking, like, how do they get in line, or what do they need to do to get in line, for their neighborhood road, so that there be a process that's like clear for our neighborhoods about what that's going to look like, where they're at, and how y'all are going to make decisions. So that's one thing. The other thing in my experience in going to the oversight commissions is that our department, DTM, would go to them and say, this is our recommendation of what we think you should approve. I think instead of coming with that we actually give some agency and autonomy to the commission to kind of create some like guiding principles of how they want to make decisions, and that those guiding principles then inform, the investment strategy for, for Prop 411. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation, Tim, and thanks for bringing in the department heads. Makes it much more real. It makes sense that we've looked for other funding sources to complete Proposition 407 and what we delivered. I have a slight concern that Storm to Shade was brought into that, in that they have a specific mission to create green space using stormwater. And, it might work out, but since we've kind of borrowed them to complete this, if there's extra funds, I'm hoping that maybe some of that can be used to make their work whole. Their work is going to come up for our review next month, and this is something I want to talk about then as well. Thanks.
Any others? Alrighty, just an additional commentary on the Prop 411 investment in our residential streets. The city of Phoenix has been using kind of like a cool pavement that they were recently awarded for, piloting in the city of Phoenix. As we know, pavement is one of the causes of the heat island effect. And so can we look into what the city of Phoenix is doing in terms of cool pavement, or any other city for that matter that has extreme heat temperatures like we do, that we could possibly use for residential roads?
Yes, Mayor. We are familiar with the Phoenix program, and there's actually a report prepared by Arizona State University that documents their process and their successes. And so this is something that we'll continue to pursue, and it dovetails nicely with some of the potential strategies under the Climate Action Plan.
Thank you, Tim. I like to layer investments one on top of the other. For example, one of the cool things that Councilmember Fimbres and I are doing with Las Vistas Western Hills is that we're piling up, if that's the correct way of saying it, piling up the investments in terms of Storm to Shade and Tucson Million Trees investments and our road repair investments that, that Mayor and Council had access to direct. All kinds of investments. We're asking for funds from our congressional delegation to see if we can put funds into it so that it's not just like repairing a street, but also looking at the complete street concept, including walking, biking, and planting trees and fixing our roads at the same time. The other neat thing of what we're doing is when we're ripping up residential roads, we're also looking at the water infrastructure that's underneath those roads. Some of the water infrastructure is more than 50, 65 years old. So we're really looking at the entire investment, the entire picture, so that we could do things right. And sometimes, and most of the times, especially in this particular experience, an area that we haven't seen investment in. So I would encourage that we continue to look at layering investments and trying to connect Proposition 411 to other investments that we have access to. So with that, thank you so much for the presentation. Lots of great information, especially an update for the community to see what we're doing with their funds. Thank you, Tim. Really appreciate it. Item 10, time has been set aside, or 9, sorry. I'm so sorry, Councilwoman Lee. Item 9 is the SkillBridge intern program. Councilwoman Lee has requested an update on the SkillBridge intern program. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually been a year since we sat down and talked about SkillBridge for the first time at this table. So I just wanted to bring the troops together and provide an update on where we're at and talk about where to go from here. So, Mr. Manager, did you want to start us?
Mayor, not really. I think that it's just easier to turn it over to Elsa and Jana. So Elsa, go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Lee, thank you for the opportunity to bring you an update on the SkillBridge intern program. Programs designed to bring veterans into our organization. Staff has been working really hard for the last couple of months to bring this program to fruition, so I'd like to give a quick shout out to them. We'll be doing the presentation, and we would entertain any questions or comments that you may have. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Janet. Janet Rico-Urick is one of our HR administrators overseeing the recruitment and retention team.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Lee and council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide you, happy to provide you with an update at, of course, Councilmember Lee's request to make sure that we provide you the update around veteran internships specific to SkillBridge at this point. But in our efforts to build sustainable agile programming in human resources, we wanted to give you a review of the timeline. So the next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of the foundation work and our efforts, we wanted to make sure that we go through the timeline, the efforts of our foundation, our current efforts, and then next steps. Our timeline, as it appears on the next slide, we concurrently stood up some of our recruitment and retention efforts alongside of this, and of course with the direction of the mayor and council. We didn't want to wait on the Department of Defense authorization, so we sought to be agile and make sure we were partnering with some utilizing our resource to get started and gain partnerships that will enable us to be successful. And I know you've had an opportunity to see that timeline. We also wanted to provide some information both internally and externally. So on the next slide, you'll see our screenshot of our website. We do have an internal and external website. This also includes a simplified application process for service members to request consideration for our SkillBridge program. In response to some of our response times in human resources, we also constructed, on the next slide, an internal page for people to provide information for if they do know military members, and an opportunity to reach any of our team members through one email address. Some of the lessons that we've learned include the opportunity to be intentional, and we have already, on the next slide, had our first SkillBridge intern, and they started off with our public safety communications team, but moved over to our internal human resources recruitment and retention team to help build the foundation from the lens of a transitioning service member. We also partnered with these and did some site visits and membership talks with these other agencies who have already SkillBridge stood up. We wanted to make sure that we provided some good information as we were building our foundations. In addition to these, the intern provided feedback. I let you know that already, but on the next slide, we partnered for our first SkillBridge intern. We partnered with ICMA, and we were able to, in that partnership with ICMA, allowed to host the SkillBridge intern while we were waiting for SkillBridge DoD authorization. In addition, we were guided with their resources to provide that baseline to provide our own internship program. We partnered with Hiring Our Heroes, both as a sourcing opportunity for interns outside of our area who are interested in Tucson, and partnering with our employer support of the Guard and Reserve. Continuing partnerships with our local organizations. On the next slide, we have an opportunity. We partnered with our Arizona Coalition for Military Families to provide the opportunities and resources we at the city don't have. And so making sure we were in sourcing and onboarding of SkillBridge interns with them. We also partner with the Pima Community College veterans, and that partnership is really blossoming. We provide workforce development skills and citywide resources to that Pima Community College partnership, so we're excited about that. And then we have partnered with the Upward Bound program, where we provide professional development opportunities and resources for veterans and their families through our human resources team. Our current efforts, if you'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. We're actively involved in events, recruiting events at Davis-Monthan, Fort Huachuca, Luke Air Force Base, in addition to utilizing some of our partners' platforms, of course, including the Department of Defense's job opportunity sites. We've established a LinkedIn partnership to source some SkillBridge interns, and we have established the internship program with Public Safety Communications Department as the first host site. We do have, in terms of the next steps, the next slide, we are currently recruiting for Public Safety Communications, Human Resources, and we're working with Tucson Police Department to formulate a process that can lead to interns so that they may enter the academy upon their military retirement. So we really have laid a long-term success foundation, and of course, in conversations with our executive leadership team, we'll make sure to spark more department interest and provide the opportunity to build and leverage the city to be a veteran and military-friendly employer. And that's what we have for you. I wanted to give plenty of opportunities for discussion for your team.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to first thank you all so much for the amazing work that you've done over the past year. It took a long time just to get the MOU in place with the DoD. So I really appreciate you all being proactive and starting to look at how we can start to put some of these things in place while we wait. So first, I want to acknowledge all of that work. It's very exciting, very impressive. And I wanted to take a moment to kind of talk about how, like, what I see as the next iteration of this work. So a lot of things are coming to mind, so I'm going to try to pace myself here. But I think there's two big pieces that I'm hoping that we can use this conversation to focus on. And that's one, the veterans that we currently have in our organization. So my team and I have worked the past 2 years or so to build our first employee resource group, which we're going to hopefully bring to you all in January to talk more about. And through that process, just learning even more about the unique needs of our veteran population. There's a lot of opportunities that exist for us as well as veterans for having them in our organization, and there are unique challenges that veterans face just due to their lived experiences. So thinking about how we can use and build off of the foundation, as you said, that we've laid with this program to look at our current veterans and their needs throughout their employment journey with the city of Tucson, the ones that are already here around retention. And then the second piece is really continuing to build off of that recruitment piece of it. And a couple of things, meeting with the Office of Equity, I learned that there's really a goal to do a lot of data collection and understanding about our employees. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to work with the Office of Equity to kind of pulse the organization and find out where our veterans are. Because when we launched the Employee Resource Group, we couldn't go like access a distribution list of here are all of your veterans. And so we had to try to formulate that internally. So I see opportunity there to work with that office in terms of next steps. And really just continue, thinking about the journey for the transitioning military member, the veteran who's already here, who's coming in, as well as spouses and family members. So I did have a question for the city manager. So Mr. Manager, last year we brought forth a motion that we all voted on unanimously about funding through ARPA a person to, as the mayor said, when we have a plan, that's great, but we need somebody to get it across the finish line. So I was curious about that position and about that continued funding to continue to build off of that. So can you talk a little bit about the funding for that and how you see that available?
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Lee, that funding is available through ARPA. We have gone down that path. I have not identified we'll call it ongoing funding. Quite frankly, I'm looking to see what we can do to absorb it using our existing FTE count. But my expectation is the program would continue. How I do it exactly, I haven't come to that yet. I figure we have until December of 25 before I have to transition those costs onto another source. And so that's where I'm headed at this point.
Okay. That was an important part of leading up to the motion. Mayor, I do want to make a motion to keep this moving forward, but want to make sure that everyone chimes in. But I'll go ahead and get this out on the table for everyone to consider. So in 2021, we utilized ARPA dollars to fund a position to support SkillBridge and get SkillBridge MOU approved by the DoD and began our efforts to be a more military veteran-friendly employer. And now we need to focus on bringing together all the other components that Janet and the team just kind of outlined for us. And so I want to move that we direct the city manager to work with the team to insert the position here, some sort of military program manager, somebody who's going to champion all of these components above and beyond SkillBridge. This person has the skill set, experience, and knowledge to understand the veterans' unique backgrounds and support the veterans during their employment journey with the city. Also, to utilize the Veteran Employee Resource Group to understand and shape recruitment and retention efforts, to collaborate with the Office of Equity in capturing data related to veterans that can inform decisions on the programs, and to provide support for our veteran employees and military spouses who are currently employed by the city to build a supportive culture and increase retention. Last but not least, to grow the SkillBridge program and create and integrate additional programming so we can be an employer of choice for military veterans and their spouses.
There's a motion.
Second?
There is a motion.
Second, Madam Mayor.
There's a motion, a couple of seconds. And now it's time for discussion.
Question two.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Fibres?
I have a couple of questions. Are we working with other organizations in the city of Tucson? First, we need to have a figurehead, a leader that prior service has experience of being in the military himself, herself. Then we need to have, to make this program work, we need to work one stop, the 40th, one day 62nd, DM, Pima County. And other groups.
Thank you for your suggestions. I think those are really good suggestions that we make sure that we're working with Pima County One Stop so that they, that there's some connectivity there, that they're informed about our program. And then DM, and talking about DM, I had a really incredible visit with Colonel Scott from DM. He has been assigned to DM here and is very, very enthusiastic about being a good partner with the city of Tucson, as I am very enthusiastic about being a good partner with DM. And I asked them, what are your concerns for your active military and their families? One of the things that they're concerned about is affordability in housing and having access to affordable housing as active military. And the other, very close behind, is being able to have opportunities for military spouses. Because usually it's a 2-year assignment, spouses either bring certifications from other states and they're not accepted here in Arizona. Good thing is that Governor Ducey kind of made a universal acceptance of these certificates and preparation, but also the opportunity to give spouses a job, right? Knowing that it might be a 2-year commitment, or maybe sometimes less. So if we can also institute that into the motion, I know that the intent is there from you, but very clearly institute that spouse-friendly environment that the city of Tucson wants to be for active military spouses. If we can add that, that would be great.
Yes, please.
Dependents are very important.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Any others would want to add to the discussion or have any questions? Vice Mayor?
So I'm not sure if we're already operational and if we know how many service members we've been able to obtain through the program, and if any of them can plan on continuing employment with the city. And then if we're also kind of collecting, even if anecdotal, how that transition is for them.
Vice Mayor. Oh, go ahead. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, Mayor and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. We have had one SkillBridge participant. She's happy to share her experience with us, and we're going to post that on the website. We did try to get her today to join us, but was unable to. And so we are continuing to recruit, so we don't have any yet. She finished her 6 months with us and has decided to look for employment elsewhere, not because of the opportunities. She's still looking at the city, but she also was granted her, oh my goodness, military disability. That's the word I was looking for. My apologies.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I also wanted to address the request with data. We do have a new ERP, and we have been working with, I know in the event that Councilwoman Lee had for our veterans, we did provide instruction as to how they could identify themselves in our system for veterans, so that not only we could recognize them, but also be able to work with them to make connections for their spouses and others, to be able to bring them on board, especially because we do have a lot of recruiting challenges, and so that is a pipeline for us.
We will also share that with our staff to send out to, so that they are able to disclose as well.
Well, with that, I just want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this to the table, to the forefront. I think that's why it's always important. Folks who have the lived experience and know the challenges can lead on these issues. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I want to add my appreciation to Councilwoman Lee for caring about this program and bringing it to our attention and following up with it. It is such an important recognition for our veterans to be able to know and understand that the city of Tucson, our councilwomen, and those that of our council that are veterans, we care. We want you to be happy. Here, we want to make space for you and your spouses, and that we're going to do everything we possibly can to make it as easy as possible for you to apply and work for the city of Tucson, and that we're going to recognize your service to the country. So big appreciation to Councilwoman Lee for her work in this and her effort in this. The DOD is very, very slow. So do we finally have the contract with them?
Madam Mayor, we do. We have received the authorization on 8/10. So for the application went 1/3. We received the approval on the 10th of August.
That's excellent. That's excellent news. And so this is a paid internship, correct?
They are paid through the
DOD.
military, yes.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I have no other questions. I love this program, and I really want to see many more interns intern here in the city of Tucson with a path to a career with us. Any others?
Just real quick.
Sure.
So just to make sure I understand, there was a lot of outreach. You guys made a lot of contact with lots of different agencies and schools. Is that the intent of, is that what you had hoped for at this point? Because if we've only actually connected with one potential applicant, I would have expected a boatload more. So is this where you expected to be, or I'm not understanding the program?
Mayor, can I add to that? Is that okay?
Whoever.
So this was really foundation building, I would say, in the very beginning. The idea really is, in talking to the different departments and learning about the needs that we have in every department, there are so many military folks who are capable of coming into all these positions. I think for us, the next step is really to grow that and look at all of the places where we have those hard to fill positions and we have military people leaving and start to expand. Because we really piloted it with public safety communications to kind of get our toe in the water and figure this stuff out. And now we need to expand. So that's the theme for 2023.
And this is veterans and active military and their spouses that we're including, correct?
So with SkillBridge, it's an active service member who is in the process of transitioning into civilian life, and they can work with the city for up to 6 months while they're on active duty, the last 6 months or less of their time, their commitment.
Steve, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Any others? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Lee. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your work. Item 10, time has been set aside for a discussion of RTA Next and for the council to provide direction for the RTA Next board meeting. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, members of the council, this is really a continuation of the last RTA discussion. I had brought both items to you, and because of the time, we decided to bring this one back for your review. So what's before you is the list of projects that were reviewed, that were submitted by the city of Tucson. They were reviewed by the TMC, going through a workshop, and Sam will go over that in a minute. Came back with some recommendations. I wanted you to be aware and kind of be kept in the loop of what we're up to there, keeping in mind that at the last RTA board meeting, Mayor, I know you were part of it, there was some allocation of not only the roadway or the name projects, but also the categorical components as well. So the budget will be somewhere in the $1.1 billion range to $1.3 billion. Based on the recommendations of the RTA staff. The number almost becomes irrelevant, in the initial stages, just because we're trying to get down over $400 billion $4 billion, in needs. So the effort is, how do we go about that? And that was done internally through the Complete Streets effort and during our Move Tucson efforts that prioritize the projects. Those were put in the list. And now what's before you is just the recommendation from the TMC. Wanted to get your thoughts, your feedback. This will be, in my opinion, to some extent an iterative process. It is not all-inclusive. Keep in mind, this does not include the categorical pieces that are still out there, transit and safety and some of the other things that we know are going to be coming. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam to make a brief presentation. Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. On Thursday, September 22nd, the TMC convened an all-day workshop in which TMC membership, as well as their technical staff and RTA staff, participated to look at that project list that included 108 projects and over $4.5 billion that were submitted for the RTA Next plan. We were split up into subgroup areas by geographical location. We all participated in the various subgroup areas to identify projects that either were a priority for the TMC, were potentially not a priority for the TMC, but remained a consideration, or potentially removed from consideration. The City of Tucson included 28 projects in that list. Of those 28 projects, 22 continued forward as a priority of the TMC. 5 of them were submitted as not a priority of the TMC, but still, again, included in consideration, and then 1 was removed from consideration. And so included in your material is a list of those projects, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have about the workshop or the RTA Next project submitted before you. Thank you.
Did you want to add anything else, Mr. Ortega?
No, Mayor. I think there were a couple of things. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz had mentioned the frontage road conversation. That will continue to be a discussion point for us with ADOT to make sure that they understand the need there, and obviously the safety components, as well as crossing the freeway as well. Those were 2 things that the Vice Mayor mentioned in the last meeting, so we will continue to stay on that.
Sam and Mr. Manager, I just want to make sure that you're not asking us to approve anything today, because I know that this is a flexible, continuing conversation. I want to make sure that we have your input, feedback, so that I can go to the next RTA board meeting with, clearer direction in terms of your interests, what we need. My interests right now are, I'm committed to continue advocating for the city of Tucson in both asking the RTA board, my colleagues on the board, and the executive director to identify the funding to pay for the remaining projects. We had a really good conversation at the last RTA board meeting, where the motion that had been approved here at the council was approved at the RTA board. small change, but that allowed us to get on the same page in terms of delaying some of the City of Tucson projects to make sure that we're making space to complete the projects. Not forgetting to, not saying that we're going to push those projects into RTA Next, but to find a way how to pay them with any funding sources that PAG RTA have available to them. Also maintaining the flexibility and categorical pieces of the RTA Next. You know, I wasn't there at the vote when we talked about the categorical pieces, but I believe that the City of Tucson, through Move Tucson, we've approved categorical elements into our Move Tucson plan. I thought they're very thoughtful, and they were created by the residents of the City of Tucson. So I am going to continue advocating in terms of the categorical pieces for the RTA Next, that we include categories that relate to EV readiness, emerging technology enhancements, pavement maintenance, bridge repair and replacement, transit and climate mitigation elements that were not as clear in the previous RTA categoricals. And so I'm going to advocate for that if that is something that you're all interested in. We also need to make sure that we are including or that we make space for including projects that we don't see in this list. You know, the City of Tucson has great needs. And so I just want to make sure that this list is not the end. I know that there's some questions from some of my colleagues on the council as to, you know, is this the final list? I don't think it should be. I think we should be able to add more. Also, we've been talking in terms of vision for the City of Tucson. I have been talking about a potential extension of the streetcar into the airport, the possibility of having a bus rapid transit from downtown into the Tohono Tadai Transit Center. Those pieces are not here. And so that's why I think expanding on the categorical discussion is going to be super important for us at this table. Because I would like to bring forward that conversation of an extension of a streetcar into the airport and BRT into Tohono Tadai, and be able to consider it as part of a possible RTA Next. And you know, hopefully I'll bring that discussion to the study session so that we can discuss it in December and we can move from there. With that, I'd like to offer my colleagues an opportunity to jump in and add to the conversation. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Dahl.
So TMC put 22 projects on the list, and with the exception of 1 mile of a 5-mile stretch in one project, there are no projects in Ward 2. As a public servant, I can't in good conscience support that at all. We can't be in a situation where I can list off 5 projects off the top of my head right now that Ward 2 needs. I've been a team player this whole thing. We're talking to our neighbors about delaying the Houghton into the next thing, and then we're getting nothing. I mean, it's just really hard, because understand that if you've got, our neighbors aren't going to vote for this. So now we risk losing all of RTA Next. We should be talking about system-wide mobility. One of the things I've talked about, and people have talked about in Tucson, crosstown freeways. I know some people hate cars. I got you. But coming from the east side to downtown, that's one of those things that people have always talked about. And we actually can do it because the base is going to do a thing on the back, they're going to do a new gate on Valencia. We've actually been working with the DOD on that. Well, that gives us an opportunity to do flyovers on golf links at Craycroft and Swan. Do you know what that means? That means if you live in Ward 4 and Ward 2, you can get downtown without hitting a stoplight. That's kind of cool. That's kind of something that we've always wanted to. We wanted to feed downtown. We want to make downtown special. We want to make it something that doesn't take an hour to get to. And, you know, case in point, I was 10 minutes late today to the meeting. It took me 41 minutes to get here today from Harrison and Broadway. So we have to talk about these things seriously. And and by the way, if we did those flyovers, they wouldn't even be in Ward 2. They'd be in Ward 4 and Ward 5. But I don't care. It actually helps people in Ward 2 and Ward 4. It helps people on the east side, which is where I represent. But we can't come in with 22 projects and 0 be in Ward 2. And for us to go, well, for me to go, well, you know, I'm a team player. I love everybody. Everybody's great, because they are. We've got a lot of great people. But we've got to start talking seriously. When we're talking about the mobility piece, and again, going out to the airport, to the casino, to South Tucson, that's huge. That's an obvious one. Like, no kidding. Not only that, we need to talk about areas of commerce, areas of, well, commerce centers, what's what we call them, high-density areas. But the other thing I like to call is like areas of action. Pima County is going to build this big sports complex. You got to be able to get downtown really easily back and forth. We've talked forever about U of P right away and working with U of P to have some type of offshoot so we can get, hey, I'm going to go see a soccer game or a baseball game, and then I'm going to go back downtown, and I'm going to do it on a tram that takes 15 seconds, because it's only like 3 miles linearly. Or if I'm at the bridges, there you go, Richard. I'm at the bridges and I want to go downtown or I want to go to the stadium, I can. We already have a freeway to do that, but we don't have transit to do that. So I want to think about that systemic piece for transit, that systemic piece. If we've got an opportunity to be BRT down Broadway, I know we're talking about it. I know we should do it. I get it, and I'm all over it. But we still have, once we free up that traffic on Broadway, we still want people to be able to get downtown in a minute. And there's got to be an obvious way to do that. So I'm saying not only are we not touching Ward 2, which again, I could be like, hey, throw me a bone and give me a resurfacing or something. I could say something, but that's not actually where I am. We want something that's systemic mobility. And this doesn't enhance the systemic mobility from people from the east side. It actually further sequesters them. Now, that's great what we've done in Midtown and downtown, but we've got to have that connectivity between the east side and the west side. We've been talking about it forever. We got to have a united Tucson. We can't achieve that if it's going to take 30 minutes to go to Midtown. Like, we ask ourselves every single time we want to enhance Reed Park or we want to change this and we want to change that. Why don't you ask the Ward 4 and Ward 2 constituents who call our office what they think of that? Because they don't care, because they can't even get over there without it being a 25-minute production. So I don't want to beat the dead horse. You guys obviously know where I'm coming from, and this is a fair gripe. Usually some people kind of pipe up and they're like, this is lame, whatever, and they have like 17 million, they have 22% of the stuff. This is one of those times where that's not the case at all. We've got $610 million on here, and where is it? 6.1 is covering Ward 2. That's about 1%. Got to do better than that, man. So let's just work together and kind of figure out what our priorities are systemically. And who knows, maybe there won't be a project in Ward 2, but at least it can at least benefit the folks in Ward 2. And I know I know someone can say, well, it does help traffic at Campbell and Speedway. If we redo that intersection, that helps traffic across town, and it's all connected. And I get all that. I do, and I believe all that stuff. But tell that to my constituents. Tell that to the voters who are supposed to pass RTA Next in Ward 2. You're not going to get that response. So that's my little rant. Still love everybody. It's all good.
That's
we
no
gotta do better
good,
than
Councilmember Cunningham. This is exactly what we need to hear, to be able to take a comprehensive list with us to a possibility of an RTA Next. Councilmember Dahl, and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick points. Hey, I was real pleased to see on the list, a lot of the descriptions say modernize rather than expand lanes, and I think that's a positive thing. And kind of on a separate matter, a follow-up from the last time, the First Avenue project, as far as we're concerned, is ready to go. And I've heard from the RTA director that the board has to decide. Madam Mayor, is that on the agenda for the next meeting?
We actually talked about it at the RTA board, and we, the City of Tucson, submitted our list of projects that we want to accomplish now.
Yes.
For the first time, I had seen the RTA staff write in that it is a adjusted 4-lane roadway. So I think now, Mr. Manager, we're going to have to approach the RTA to get the board approval so that we can start moving on that project immediately. But it was a unanimous vote in terms of our list. We're getting to that, but yeah, it was the first time that I saw in writing a 4-lane versus a 6-lane road
Great.
in their presentation.
Thank you. The quicker we can get onto that one,
Yeah,
the quicker we're creating safety for the many people who drive it. Thanks.
absolutely. I think, Mr. Manager, the next step is to submit our request as an RTA board item to approve that. Vice Mayor, and then Councilwoman Lee.
I was gonna tell my colleague Cunningham, if he wants a freeway on Golf Links Road and the neighbors support it, why aren't we working with ADOT on making that happen and not necessarily the RTA? But that can be a side note conversation. My question is about like how Mayor, as you're talking to the RTA board, how is the citizen advisory committee, how is their feedback being implemented? Are there categories for funding being updated that you had requested? Will, again, the technical management committee and the citizen advisory committee be able to actually have a chance to give input based on guiding principles? How are we continuing to have the conversation about climate change prevention being integrated? And then are they, we talked about this last time that the director was here, but how are they taking into account inflation, a pandemic, as they're putting their budgets together, that we can't assume, even a recession, that we can't assume that things will stay as they are in this moment for the next 20 years?
One of the items at the RTA board meeting did talk about the categories, and I was absent for the vote regarding these funding allocations, but before leaving, I said that I wanted to see flexibility in categoricals, including input from the Technical Management Committee as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee. I think they just landed on keeping the same categories that they have for now and working with the TMC and CAC to be able to look at all of these things that I would like to make sure that we have as well.
Mayor, I may be able to help. Vice Mayor, we did receive a letter on November 9th from the executive director. It was addressed to the RTA board. The numbers that are included that were apparently voted on by the board, it's $1.5 billion for roadway named projects, which includes $150 million for the carryover projects. So it's the $1.3 billion is the budget for the new projects. $170 million for safety element, $110 million for environmental and economic vitality element, $510 million for the transit element, and $100 million for debt service or RTA admin costs. So that total cost or that total budget is estimated at $2.34 billion.
We did also talk about the possibility of recession. So we went with the worst case scenario, not the optimistic. We went with the pessimistic scenario instead of the optimistic. I guess for me, it's going to be about the flexibility that we need to add, move, and adjust for climate change provisions, for transit, for all of the other categories that are important, not just for mayor and council, but also for the community. So yeah, I think that's something that we're going to need to negotiate at the table as well.
Yeah, like the assurances that if they're underfunded, that they're not going to take away the bike and pedestrian safety elements to, Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a clarification for probably Sam on the Harrison Road one, just to avoid any bridge drama in the future. 22 million sounds like a deal. So is that including, or are they forgetting about the bridge situation there?
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, you're talking about the 4-lane cross-section on Harrison from Golf Links to Irvington.
Right.
And so that does not include the 2-lane bridge that would be built as part of RTA, the current RTA plan, that would include a second 2-lane bridge across the Pantano to accommodate the 4 lanes all the way to Irvington.
Okay. It's funny how your perspective changes and you think 22 million is, but I know how expensive bridges are. So I just wanted to confirm that scope, because I know we're doing the 2-lane now, but then how are we going to expand that bridge to 4? So thank you for clarifying on that one. And then my other one, it sounds like there's still some conversations about the categorical piece of it, but I was wondering the Irvington from Kolb to Houghton, that's one that I hear all the time because there's just so much traffic and it's an old 2-lane road. What does that asterisk mean? Like, how should we interpret that?
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, so during the TMC workshop, there was a lot of discussion about the Irvington Road project. It's actually one of our few widening projects submitted as part of the RTA Next plan. There was a conversation at the workshop about potentially including that in the categoricals as taking a look at the scope, a possible scope reduction from the 4 lanes, and then including it as a categorical. I've actually presented to the CAC and provided our feelings on that. Again, that was one of the few that we had submitted as a widening project, and to include full modernization from that stretch from Kolb to Houghton along Irvington.
I still don't necessarily know what that means, but I know we're getting some charging stations on there thanks to TEP. So that's just one that I hear all the time. So I'm going to keep an eye on how that shakes out because that's definitely important to the folks in Ward 4. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any others? Councilmember Kozachik?
So Mike, just to clarify, I was writing down while you were reading these off. 170 million for safety, 110 for environment and economic development, 510 for transit, and 100 million for debt service.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, that's correct. And then the 1.45 is for roadway elements, which includes 0.15 for current projects to be carried over.
Right, but I was just focused on the categorical pieces, so that's
correct.
5, 6, 7, 8. It's about $900 million for categorical. So your total is going to be 2.3 billion, and the current one was about 2.1 billion. What's the nature of this? So Sam and Mike, you guys have both said that you're talking about the priorities, the Technical Management Committee's priorities. In the nature of those meetings in the TMC, what's the nature of the voice of the city of Tucson? These are our priorities. I mean, I don't really much care what Marana's priority for the city of Tucson is or what Sarita's priority for the city of Tucson is. And they're members of the TMC also. What is our voice in expressing our priorities for our jurisdiction in that committee?
Sure, Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, I'll start off and then Sam can add as well. So the conversation is really looking at the regional significance, and the conversation is not just a function of what is your priority as an entity, but it's what is your priority A, and then B, what does that look like on a regional basis? And I'll give you an example. There was a roadway project that was included in the county's, excuse me, the county's list of priorities for a segment of road, and I don't remember exactly how long it was, but it was a pretty good sized road. That at the meeting they said we can take it off our priority list because the city annexed it. And I said, time out here. It doesn't change the need for that road improvement, and it shouldn't be jurisdictional or a responsibility of the jurisdiction to make sure, right? It's a regional conversation. And so as we went through this, we took the priority, the prioritization from the Move Tucson effort as the way that we approached the whole, city of Tucson effort, if you will. That was then factored into everybody else's priorities as well. It's a finite number of dollars, and so it's just a matter of, okay, how do we keep whittling down based on the regional significance? I don't know if I can answer any better than that. That's just the iteration that we went through.
Well, so that's a good enough start, but I guess I would take the position that there is very damn little that's happening in Sahuarita that's of regional significance to people out on Houghton Road, for instance. And so I take exception to the 7 other jurisdictions plus ADOT telling us what's of regional significance for our constituents. I mean, Paul just went through a very correct and necessary description of what's happening out in the Ward 2, Ward 4 area. And for Ed Honey to say that doesn't matter to us up in Marana, screw him. I mean, basically, these are our constituents and our projects. But so, well, let me. So the total value of City of Tucson roadway projects that are going to be included in RTA Next, has that been determined yet? We gave them, $600 million worth of projects, but what's it going to be? Not counting the 150.
Yeah, right. Mayor, Councilmember Kozacek, if you add that list, it's about 522 is what's been recommended thus far. So the 610 is the total. But if you take out, I think, those last 5 projects, you end up with about 522. So if right now, today, that was to go to the voter, it would be 522 million.
For just the City of Tucson?
Just the City of
Plus
Tucson.
150.
Plus 150, plus whatever categorical pieces are yet to be done.
So again, back to the last meeting, so the City of Tucson is going to get $700 million of the 1.5 regionally in today's dollars for RTA Next.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozacek, if
Not counting
that decision,
categoricals.
I understand. If that decision were made today and this list held, your numbers are correct.
And with respect to the categoricals, first of all, are they going to assign projects for each jurisdiction within each categorical, or just give this lump 170, 110, 500, and then the RTA figures it out later on as to how those dollars are divvied up?
Mayor, Councilman Kozacek, and I'll let Sam clean this up as well, but I don't think that a process has been established for that yet in terms of the specificity. There's 2 pieces of that. One is there needs to be flexibility built in, but then beyond that, there also needs to be specificity so that the voter knows what those funds or how those funds will be used. So I'll turn it over to Sam if he's got any additional info.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Councilmember Kozacek, the way it's currently handled is on the transit elements, there are specific projects in which the RTA provides funding for transit service. In fact, this evening, that's on the consent agenda. For the other categoricals, what we've typically seen is notice of funding opportunities sent out to the region in which the regional partners can submit projects to be considered for those categoricals. And so that's how it's being currently done. To the manager's point, it has not been specified how RTA Next will handle the categoricals.
And just for the record, I would say that the assignment of some of those projects once a notice of funding availability is sent out is one of the concerns that I and others have expressed about how those dollars are getting allocated out right now. And when that NOFA is made public and how it's made public and when and how it's awarded. I just want to correct the record from the last meeting before I continue. I've only got a little bit more. when the director, when Farhad was here, he said that, when I asked him about inflation adjustments, he said, well, we cover it and we've always covered it. In fact, that's not true. This is from the fiscal year 22 RTA performance audit, which he signed. And it says the remaining RTA projects are facing increased construction costs due to recent spikes in construction materials. These added costs are the legal liability of the lead agency. They have not always covered inflation, and they have not always used that as their policy recommendation. And he stood there and said it was true, that that's what their policy has been. He signed a document that says it wasn't. So we need clarification on that in writing, that we're going to get those covered. Another item that was put out here recently by Benavides, their attorney, is a memo to Rex Scott about open meetings law, and it completely misstates how open meeting law is to be administered. And he said one of the most critical laws must be followed is the public official's duty is open meeting law. He says in his memo, it is not consistent with open meeting law for a member of the RTA board to deliberate and make a decision on RTA business at a meeting other than a public RTA board meeting. If that were true, the mayor couldn't participate in these conversations and make conclusions with us, nor could any individual of the RTA, whether it's the CAC or any other member, have a conversation offline with another member, even if they don't violate a quorum. And so he's not only giving incorrect information to the board, they're giving incorrect information to the Citizens Advisory Committee with respect to their ability to communicate back and forth with one another. This is misleading. They're dealing with citizens who want to go and have coffee and talk about the projects. They're not violating quorums. Truncating their ability to have conversations among themselves is really a problem for me. And you know, the mayor shouldn't have to recuse herself from these conversations and votes to have this conversation with us. So right now, my feeling is this: their budget projections, they're following a straight line projection again. 20 years, no consideration of a downturn. We've had this conversation again. I don't think $2.4 billion on a straight line basis demonstrates a realistic budget projection. We've already seen that their 2.1 wasn't realistic because they're facing a funding shortfall. And they're going to run out of money again. So, you know, Paul was pretty clear in his concerns about RTA Next. For me to support it, I would like to see them come up with a more realistic budget projection. 2.4 billion seems very, very aggressive to me based on our history. City of Tucson projects, we've already said this. Evidently, they've agreed to this, or get front-loaded and not count against our next allocation. The reason I asked about what our RTA Next project list amounts to is that our list should at least reflect our financial contribution to the region. I want to see a written and explicit commitment to fund projects at the bid cost at the time they're done with inflation covered. That obviously doesn't exist right now. With Prop 411, we left a half a cent sitting on the table. We could have gone to the voters for a full penny. And right now we're having a conversation about either splitting that half cent with the rest of the region or saying, no, we'll go it alone. We'll do our own half cent. We'll do the whole complete streets thing and focus on the city of Tucson. And if they don't fix those projects or these deal points that everyone's listed, I don't see any point in our not doing that and just doing our own half cent.
Thank you, Councilmember Kosacic. I saw the projections for the optimistic versus pessimistic. We did go with the pessimistic view into the future of what the RTA Next could possibly bring. But I think there's still more conversation to be had in terms of the categoricals, in terms of how we see and analyze what could possibly come in. You're right. I think we had a conversation at this table that was very deliberate about, hey, let's at least give it a chance. Let's leave the half cent, see if we could go at it together. I think it's always a good idea to be a unified region, especially when we're trying to compete for federal funds. And to be honest with you, to be a forward-thinking city, we really have to participate in a transit or transportation authority, as other cities our size do. But we also, I and every person at this table, we are advocating and making sure that the residents of the city of Tucson get their fair share. And I absolutely agree with Councilmember Cunningham that we need to make sure that we see fair investments throughout the city of Tucson. Yet keeping in mind that there's some areas in the city of Tucson that have been disenfranchised and disinvested in for decades. And so we've got to be able to find that balance. And then, of course, the categoricals, which for me is very, very important, that we include fair funds for transit projects because of the climate issues that we care about, because of the connectivity and mobility issues that we want to see into the future. The streetcar brought in $4 billion worth of public and private investment. $4 billion worth into the heart of our city. I want to see that continued public-private investment in other areas of our city that need those additional funds. And so I wanted to clarify, because I too have questions, Steve, on the open meeting law interpretation by Mr. Benavides at the RTA. I have requested Mr. Rankin give us his interpretation of what open meeting law is. He's very directive with us when it comes to open meeting laws and following them. So, Mr. Rankin, did you want to include something in terms of the interpretation of open meeting laws at the RTA and its committees?
I'm happy to, Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Kozaczek, and I'll just note at the beginning of this that since the CAC role obviously is critical to the development of the RTA Next plan, that it's within the scope of our agenda item as on the agenda today. The mayor had shared with me the opinion of legal counsel for the RTA that you referenced in advance of the last meeting. I didn't have a chance to provide a written response, but I was able to get information to the mayor about my reaction to what you just read. And quite frankly, I explained that if that were in fact how the open meeting law applied to members of a public body, that the members of a public body could not responsibly carry out their functions. Because at least as written, it reads as if a member of a public body, which would be the mayor and council, would be any board or committee, as well as, CAC and the other public bodies here that are subject to the open meeting law, that they essentially couldn't talk to anybody outside of a publicly noticed meeting, or share information with one another, or even get information from staff that is then shared among the committee members so that they can research and do their due diligence on the issues that they are then going to discuss at a public meeting that is noticed appropriately under the open meeting law. So I have no disagreement with the characterization of the legal opinion that's been described here at the table today.
And in fact, just to add to that, the CAC asked through staff for information, and they were told, we can't give it to you. It has to be given to the whole CAC with everybody present. I mean, that's just like us sending a note to any of you all saying, hey, what, and you saying we can't give it to you until we get to this meeting. It's just foolishness.
And that's very intrusive to the work that the CAC has to do, right? And it is concerning and something that we will have to continue working on. But no, I hear you. I hear you. Any others?
Well, I guess I just finish it by saying this. You listed off several categories, several kind of broad categories that I guess some of which could fit in the environmental and economic, obviously some in the transit. But those dollar amounts, they're going to have to be flexible in those dollar amounts, because when they start talking about individual projects, such as an extension of the streetcar or the EV readiness, that kind of thing. If you don't talk about EV readiness and they've got a cap of 110 million over 20 years, that's not going to get that done. So I guess my summarizing, and then I'll shut up, is that we are talking about either splitting our half cent with the rest of the region and having this conversation, or taking that half cent and saying, we'll do our complete streets with our half cent benefiting our region, our community. And that's really the nature of where I am anyway with this. And if we had to vote today to support RTA Next, I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And the categoricals, for example, 510 years for transit element over 20 years, we would not be able to do high capacity transit, BRT streetcar. So it is a conversation that we really have to make sure that we continue pushing on. At the same time, being with the pessimistic scenario in mind in terms of how much funds will be captured for these projects. So, yeah, I am concerned. I'm concerned about the issues regarding the CAC being able to do their work, and then being able to add additional projects to the conversation as we take it back to the RTA board. Mr. Manager, did you want to include anything else?
Yes, I do, Mayor. I think it's important that we at least talk through if there are projects that are not listed on the list, that you let me know. What we basically did is we took the Move Tucson list, we used that as a priority, brought that forth. And if we miss the boat, I mean, it sounds like in Ward 2 that there's some concerns when we'll meet with the council member offline. I need to know that fairly soon, because again, as Councilman Kozaczek outlined, the numbers are finite. So it's just, if we're going to add something, we're going to have to take something else away. And it really is something that I need to just understand and know, so that we can go start that iterative process to make sure that we end up where you all are comfortable with.
Mr. Manager, I would recommend that we have another RTA item at our next meeting, so that we can continue fleshing out through the needs that we have, our concerns, and that we could bring new projects. I would like to be able to be inclusive of a streetcar extension, bus rapid transit project for the city of Tucson. And so I know that has costs. So I'd like to be able to have that conversation here at this table with my colleagues on the council to see if we want to move in that direction as a city. And I would encourage Councilmember Cunningham or anyone on the table to have that conversation beforehand with you, and then bring it to that same item in our December meetings.
We'll be ready, Mayor. Thank you. So we're talking December
Let's
6th,
do that.
correct? December 6th?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
When do you
Councilmember
meet?
Kozaczek?
When is the board meet again? RTA?
The 8th,
So we meet before they do.
we do.
In fairness to, just for clarity, for Kevin's question, do we understand that they are committed to a 4-lane reduction on this ballot and not pushing it to RTA Next, or is that a conversation yet to be had?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the RTA board, as my understanding, has not acted on it specifically, but to the mayor's point, she has seen it in writing from the RTA staff that they have agreed with the 4-lane section, and at some point we'll be taking it to the RTA board for further direction. What we will do is put them on notice that we're ready to go and that we need this on the agenda for December 8th. to get clarity so that we can start the process now.
Fully funding,
Fully funded. I think it's 113 million, as I recall, was the budget.
which is interesting because that escalated significantly over what even
Yeah.
our scaled back number was.
Yes.
And so for the meeting, our next meeting, I wish they were meeting before us. I'm interested to hear the nature of the conversation about categorical elements at the board, but that's not going to happen on the 6th, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to make sure that we're, if you can, Mr. Manager, prepare the road for the city of Tucson to take the First Avenue project and before the RTA board. And Mr. Rankin, I still think it would be worthy your interpretation of open meeting law and how it's used, written, so that we could always present it to the RTA board as well as the TMC and CAC. I mean, I know that Mr. Benavides is the attorney for PAG RTA, but I think the interpretation is causing great many problems. We don't want these committees to break open meeting law, but we also don't want to stymie and stifle them from any potential work that has to be done to be inclusive of the community. So
They're threatening them with discipline
yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
Over that memo. These are just volunteer residents, right? Can't have conversation over coffee or we're going to throw you off the committee. That's it.
Especially if it's not breaking the open meeting law, right? It's having a conversation with one other committee member. So that would be really beneficial so that we can also send that to the RTA board members as well as Mr. Benavides and the executive director.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Any others? Okay. Thank you so much. We move on to item 11. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion? Andrew, we have a lot to talk about in terms of elections and movement in the state ledge. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you have?
What do I have? Honorable Mayor, members of the council, hello from election week. Yes, I do have some general results, or at least projections to this point in time on both federal and state elections, and I'm happy to give them to you now. First, I'll start with the federal. It's projected that Senator Mark Kelly will be reelected. That will bring the United States Senate to 50 Democrats, 49 Republicans, with a runoff election in Georgia. Insofar as the vice president breaks ties, it means that the Democrats will maintain control of the United States Senate for the next 2 years. As far as House races go, right now there are 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans of the 9 U.S. House members here in Arizona. Right now, it's projected that there are 4 Republicans leading their races and 3 Democrats leading theirs, with 2 races still very close. So it could be 5-4 again. It could go the other way, and there'd be 6 Republicans, 3 Democrats in the Arizona delegation. So it remains to be seen. Arizona District 1 and District 6 are the 2 races that are still pretty neck and neck. Results do seem to come in over time. They dribble in through the day. I am told that Maricopa County will have a large batch of new counted ballots tonight, and so we may get some more clarity as to how these elections turn out, perhaps as soon as tonight. With the federal issues first, once the elections are through, or even now before they're completed, work is getting done back at the United States Capitol. There's still the budget issues that need to be resolved, which include some of those member-directed spending items that are in bills in front of the Congress that we hope to get through in the lame duck session that's going on now. And also, I'll note that there was some news today that the same-sex marriage bill is going to go to the floor of the Senate, and there are media reports that suggest that there is a bipartisan agreement on enacting that marriage equality into law. So there's that. There's a number of other items going on at the Capitol. Again, once the elections are resolved, there'll be leadership races within each caucus, committee chairs, membership on committees, and we'll be tracking that very closely. Again, we work with people on committees, both sides of the aisle, on Tucson's priority projects and programs. With that, I'll turn to the state. The state election results also continue to dribble in. There were some new results this afternoon from Pinal County. They really didn't change the gaps too much, at least in the 4 big statewide races. So currently, Secretary of State Hobbs leads Kari Lake by about 24,000 and change votes. There are still about 170,000 votes statewide to be counted, so there's still a ways to go. It's been projected that Adrian Fontes has been successful over Mark Fincham for Secretary of State. Chris Mays leads Abe Hamadeh in the AG's race, although that gap is still very close. And even closer, Tom Horn is leading Kathy Hoffman in the Superintendent of Public Instruction race. It's only by a few hundred votes. That lead has actually gone back and forth over the last few days. As far as the state legislature is concerned, as I speak now, and again, some of these races are still very tight, but at the moment, there are 16 Republicans leading their races, 14 Democrats, so that is actually how it is right now, a 1-vote majority for the Republicans. And then in the House, currently it is also 31-29 Republicans, so the Republicans have a 1-vote majority if the results as they are at this moment stand, which again, they could still change between now and when elections are certified. I'll note that there's a new state law that passed last session that requires a recount if the result, if the gap between the candidates is within 0.5%. So if that is the situation, then that will, there will be a required recount, and that could take some time, as well as any litigation, who knows? So we still, we'll see how this progresses. Last thing I'll mention, there were a number of propositions on the ballot, and most of them are passing. 129, 130, 131, 132, 209, 211, and 308 are passing. And in fact, 308, Mayor and Council, this is the one that would give all Arizona high school students, regardless of status, the ability to qualify for in-state tuition at our state universities. That is passing, and I believe the campaign committee declared victory today. So, but that one is still close, but hopefully that'll get over the line. It's consistent with Mayor and Council positions on that issue in the past. The ones that are failing are Prop 128, 309, and 310. So we'll wait to see how those turn out too. Sorry? So 128 was the first one on the ballot. It had to do with whether initiatives could be put on the ballot that I believe that is that the single subject one. I need to check. I think it's a single subject one. 309 is one was one referred by the legislature that would require additional identification, even as part of mail-in ballots. It actually mirrors a bill that wasn't successful at the legislature that would add, like you'd have to put a utility bill copy as part of your ballot sending in. So that is failing at the moment. And then 310 is the, thank you, is the half-cent, oh, yes, thank you. 310 is the half-cent sales tax proposal referred by the legislature to Arizona voters. It would, if it passes, it would create a new half-cent sales tax statewide for the purpose of supporting rural fire districts. And that is failing currently. Thanks to the city manager reminding me that Prop 128 has to do with legislative changes to ballot initiatives. So Now, I remember if there's initiative that is approved by the voters, but a piece of it is declared unconstitutional, if it passes, the legislature would be able to make changes in it. Right now, there are limitations due to voter protection that would limit the ability of the legislature to act in those situations. But that, again, that initiative is failing as we speak.
So 128 is failing, 129
129 is passing.
passing, that limits citizen-led ballot measures to one subject, 132,
That's that, right. 130, 131, 132, 209, 211, and 308 are the ones that are passing at the moment.
132 is passing.
Yes.
It requires supermajority to pass any ballot measures. So you would need 60% plus to be able to pass, for example, what we passed in 2020 regarding funding for public education. And then 309 you said is failing.
309 is failing, right.
Okay,
the
and
voter
that
ID
makes
law.
voter ID laws more restrictive.
Yes.
Okay.
For that one that you just mentioned, which one was it? 308?
309 makes voter ID more.
No, 308 on the funding.
308, no, it's 132 requires supermajority to pass ballot measures.
Would that, it's funny that it won't need a supermajority to pass, but I'm not a supermajority can enact it. Would that have any impact on cities and towns as far as increasing sales tax on propositions as well? Or is it just state?
Honorable Mayor and Council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I believe it only refers to state initiatives, but I believe it refers to tax initiatives. So it would require a 60% in favor vote if there were an initiative that called for an increase in
So the Save Our
taxes.
Schools would not, would not have passed.
Right. And Vice Mayor, you make a good point about, it would require a 60% threshold for the voters to pass something that they want. Those same rules are not in play at the legislature
Yeah.
itself.
When do we know? So these are all still kind of up in the air, right? Till
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. Yeah, so there's about 170,000 ballots still statewide, the majority of which are in Maricopa and Pima counties that still need to be counted. Then there are provisional ballots. There may be some curing of ballots where someone may have made a mistake and they have an opportunity to fix their ballot so it can be counted. But the hope is that the majority of ballots that are still outstanding will be counted and put towards the total count, perhaps even by later today, if not tomorrow.
Any news on leadership, because it's quite a different legislature?
Sure. Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there have been, in the state legislature, there have been some caucus meetings where Republicans and Democrats have gotten together in both the House and the Senate, and in some cases, they have had leadership elections. So happy to announce that in the Democratic caucus in the Senate, I won't say whether it's majority or minority yet, but Rosanna Gabaldon, state senator from new legislative District 21, but a longtime representative and senator from our area who we've worked with many, many times over the years. She was voted by her colleagues as the whip of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. So congratulations to Senator Gabaldon. And then in the House, I'm very happy to say that the House Democrats have gotten together and elected Representative Andres Cano from Tucson as the leader of the Democrats. So that's great too. He's also been in the legislature for a number of terms, and I know many of you know him very well. He knows a lot about our issues, and I'll also put in a plug for him, as well as actually Senator Gabaldon. Both of them have an extensive knowledge of water issues. Both have served on the relevant water committees in both the House and the Senate. In fact, Representative Cano is the ranking member of the Natural Resources, Environment, and Water Committee in this last legislative session. So both of them have been longtime advocates for Tucson and will both be in positions of leadership. The Senate Republicans got together last week and elected Warren Peterson as Senate President, or at least the leader of their caucus, and they have started to make some committee assignments as well. The House Republicans have not met yet. They've said, at least there have been announcements that they may meet tomorrow or Wednesday for their elections for leadership.
Great news. Just in the interest of time, do any of my colleagues have any questions, comments?
Just, do you know the gap between Kristen Engel and Juan Ciscamani?
So I'm a mayor and Councilmember Kozaczek. It was about 1,700 or so before I came up here. So I have not seen any changes. Again, there were some new results that came out of Pinal County earlier, and I know a little bit of that district is in Pinal. So I don't know if that moved the numbers around too much, but again, they're very close.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the update. Just for the information of my colleagues, them and their staffs are invited. We're putting together a legislative priorities for the city of Tucson with our delegates to the Arizona House and Senate. That's coming up soon. I don't have the exact date, but we will make sure that you and your offices are invited to participate with our House and Senate delegates into the state.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. It's always so informative to have you up here. We move on to item 12, discussion of regular agenda. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? I do. Councilmember Fimbres?
7-0.
So you would like to consider separately consent agenda item O, which is the Juneteenth holiday. We will do that. 7O. And then I would like to consider separately item B, which is establishing mayor and council 2023 meeting schedule. Any others? Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, nothing to pull from the consent agenda, but I wanted to put on the record that the vice mayor will recuse from participating in the vote on the consent agenda, and at least with respect to item G. It involves a final plat for property that's located nearby a property where she holds a leasehold interest. In my opinion, it's not a legal conflict. But in order to avoid even any kind of perceived conflict, the vice mayor will recuse from participation in that vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Any others?
I had said J. I don't know if you heard it.
J, item J, to be considered separately. Perfect. If we don't have any others, we move on to item 13, future agendas. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular meeting begins at, let me see, we're going to start at 5:40. So regular meeting will start at 5:40. The next study session will be Tuesday, December 6th. Thank you all so much.
Mr. Cunningham? Absent.
Absent excused?
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
There.
Councilmember Fimbres is present via virtually, but I don't know if he's technically available to hear us. Go ahead.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Larry Munguia from the Sober Project. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Lady Mayor. City Council, greetings again. You brought me in the last minute, so we're here to give God glory. Had a rough week with midterms, but God gets his way. Bow your heads if you're so inclined. Lord, we come to you and we thank you because we get to live in a city that you love. It's obvious. So we ask you to continue blessing the men and the women that you put in control, that you put into office, that they're your will that would be done. And I pray that they come to you for counsel, that they come to you for wisdom and advice. But it's the city of Tucson that weighs in the balance and the future in multiple generations. I'm a 4th generation. My grandbaby just recently born, and 6 generations of Monguias in this valley, and we ain't going nowhere. So Lord, bless this council and bless this city. In your name we pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Thanks, guys. Take care of business.
Thank you, Pastor Munguia, for blessing us with your presence. Thank you so much. All righty, we move to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 324, dated November 14th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. I would like to take this moment to thank Ms. Juliet McKenna and Anna Rosenberry for your willingness to serve in these committees for your city. So thank you so much for willing to serve. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Seeing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 303, dated November 14th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? I'll start. Since I usually start with Ward 1, I'll start with Ward 6. Councilmember Kozachik.
Just one, on Wednesday of this week, TPD is going to be at the Ward 6 office to make a presentation on fentanyl and opioids and their impact on the community, where it's coming from, how it's getting here, the resources that we're expending, both as a preventative measure and also in treatment measures to help people who are strung out and need help. So it begins at 6 o'clock on Wednesday, and it's at the Ward 6 office, 3202 East First. Everyone's welcome. And it'll be offered virtually as well. So you can go to my newsletter and find the link, or email our office at ward6@tucsonaz.gov, and we'll send you the link.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Lee, nothing to report today?
Madam Mayor, you forgot me.
Oh, I didn't know if you were online. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Thursday, November 10th, I presented more than 4,500 thank you cards, letters, and posters made by the students from 25 different schools from Tucson Ward 5, Pima County, and the Southern Arizona VA Hospital. The 13th annual presentation done by me and the Ward 5 Council Office in Southern Arizona VA Hospital on Veterans Day. With the cards to Dr. John Cattell, Chief of Staff of the Southern Arizona VA Hospital, Cliff Bazir of the VA, and Ariana Leonardi Martinez, nurse of the Southern Arizona VA. To thank the students of those schools and the teachers who may create these wonderful cards, and letters thanking our veterans who have served this nation. To thank Lupita Robles from my office for leading and coordinating this Veterans Day effort, as well as Mark Kerr, Mary Couture, and Christian Moreno from my office for the work on this. For 13 years, on each Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and John, my father, I, and the Ward 5 Council of Staff have worked with the schools, teachers, and students to create thank you cards and letters for our veterans. We look forward to the 14th year on this effort. Friday, November 11th, after a 2-year absence, our parade honoring Tucsonans who served and have served in the military took place downtown Tucson. I thank the Morgan McDermott Post 7 and Tucson Veterans Day Parade Committee for their work, commitment on this effort, as well as the branches of the military, school, RTC organizations, educational institutions, veterans organizations, community groups, Tucson, for the support of our parade. So it's glad to provide funds for my office to help these, then bring back the parade. On Sunday, November 13th, 71 veterans were recognized for their service during this 2022 Veterans Recognition Dinner held at the KC Club. These veterans were nominated by their fellow citizens to thank them for serving our nation. I want to thank U.S. Senators Mark Kelly, Kristen Sinema, Congressman Raul Grijalva, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, Pima County Supervisor Adelita Grijalva, and Matt Hines, as well as Tucson Mayor, our Mayor, Regina Romero, who joined me in presenting the 71 honor certificates of appreciation for the veterans of the service. I want to thank retired Supervisor Dan Ekstrom for emceeing the event, as well as Arizona's National Guard 162nd Major Erica Jaramillo, retired. United States Marine Corps Chief Warrant Officer David Caballero, retired, for being the keynote speakers for this year's event. I also thank Little Mexico for their wonderful meal they served at the event for our veterans. I thank my Ward 5 staff, Lupita Robles, Mayor Kuchar, as well as Mark Kerr, Christian Moreno, for being present at the event. And I want to thank Jerry Neely for providing the music for this event, as well as I want to thank my beautiful wife, Mary, Luis Valenzuela, Richard Michael Fimbres, and Jim Rodriguez and the KC Club for their revenue for this venue. I also want to thank SAIL, American Legion, OEMA Post 125 in the Desert View High ROTC, Commander Robert Jaramillo, the Color Guard, American Patriot Memorial, Black Council 1002, and the Community Foundation for the support. Thank you everyone for the turnout, the annual event honoring all those who served our nation in the military. Pima Community College is proud to host the upcoming National Championship Tournament for men and women's Division II soccer. 24 teams from across the country will arrive in Tucson for the tournament, which is being played at Keno North Sports Complex. The entire schedule will be announced in a few days for the NJCAA. Both teams for Pima and are awaiting an invitation to participate. Pima County College men and women will both play on Tucson, November 15th at 5:30 and on Wednesday, November 16th at 5:30 p.m. For more information, you can call the Pima College Foundation 520-206-4646. So I am, Madam Mayor. Congratulations to everybody. These are our veterans on the council, Paul Cunningham and Nikki Lee. Congratulate them for being veterans too. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on this area. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dahl?
Nothing this time, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Councilmember Steve Kozachik. Last week, we got to take a 2-hour bus ride around Ward 6, so thank you so much for your time. I enjoyed the experience with you. I also wanted to thank the community that came out to our Fuga West Side BCC Burros ride. Out of the Ward 1 office. These monthly second Sunday rides are part of my office hours, and I encourage folks who would like to talk to me or staff to join us every second Sunday of the month from 9 to 11 a.m. at the Ward 1 office and enjoy some homemade burritos. On Saturday, November 19th, Las Mujeres Verdes Mercado will be taking place at the Flowers and Bullets Midtown Farm at 3538 East Ellington Place from 4 to 8 p.m. It's an opportunity to shop local as we're getting close to the holidays. On this coming Sunday morning from 9 to 11 a.m., we're calling all volunteers to join us for the Rodeo Wash Greenway cleanup in the National City neighborhood. We're able to do this cleanup with our amazing partners at the Sunnyside Foundation, Barrio Restoration, and Tucson Clean and Beautiful. So if you have a free morning on Sunday, please join us for the cleanup. And then on Friday, November 25th, typically, we know that day as Black Friday, and I encourage and challenge our communities to opt outside, to go for a hike, walk, or bike, or support a local small business. This year, typically, Fuga does an opt outside ride. We will be supporting local by hosting a BC Botanica Bazaar instead of, driving to stores on Black Friday. And so we're hosting the BC Botanica Bazaar at the El Pueblo Center in the parking lot, activating parking spaces at 101 West Irvington Road from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then we will have our monthly Southside ride out of the El Pueblo Center starting at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a couple of announcements myself. I'd like to invite Tucson residents, businesses, and my colleagues on the council and their staff to attend the 2022 State of the City Address. The event will take place on December 1st at the Tucson Convention Center, and it will be streamed live on Facebook. Thank you to the Tucson Metro Chamber for helping us celebrate our beautiful city. Thanks to Cox Communication and the Tucson Airport Authority for being presenting sponsors of this event. Also, this coming weekend, El Tour de Tucson will be preparing to host for the 39th 39th year of one of the premier bicycling events in the country. Over 7,000 cyclists participate in this popular event annually, and I wanted to highlight that all those participating in this year's event, as well as El Tour de Tucson's partnership with so many charitable and nonprofit agencies across Tucson. So 39th year of El Tour, we all know what that means. There's going to be some major roads closed. So please plan your day accordingly, and hopefully you can come out and support the cyclists. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge that November is Native American Heritage Month. This is an opportunity to reflect on our past and celebrate on the rich history of Indigenous people here in Arizona. It is a time to celebrate and advocate for Native voices and Native futures. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to show up, support, and look for ways to strengthen our partnerships with tribal communities. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 304, dated November 14th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No report this evening.
Okay, thank you. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 323, dated November 14th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 12 requests for new licenses. Item 5, Kingston Kitchen has had a protest filed and will be considered separately. Item 7, High Cat Glassware will be considered separately. Item 9, Tacos y Mariscos is listed as not in compliance and will be considered separately. Item number 11, Mulcahy and Drachman Stadium has been withdrawn. There is 1 person transfer, 4 special events, and 1 agent change acquisition of control. All the rest are in compliance. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 6, 5B1 through 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 13 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation for approval, along with items 5C1 through 4 and 5D1.
May I have a motion, please?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes. Let's move to the first one to be considered separately. Ms. Clerk?
That is item 5, Kingston Kitchens in Ward 6.
Councilmember Kosacek.
Thank you. First of all, is the applicant representative of Kingston Chicken here? Kingston Kitchen here? Okay, he is. So I need to be able to see. Are you representing Kingston Kitchen? Could you, okay. Come on forward and explain what your plan is, and then I'll have the woman who is not supportive come and speak. You can use the tall mic, sir. You can use the tall mic. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Clovis Williams. I'm representing Kingston Kitchen Restaurant. My main objective is to follow all rules and regulation. And I am a new applicant. I'm new to the city, I would say. I was residing in Florida and I moved to Tucson now. And I purchased this restaurant. So I'm here to do my best.
Okay, hang around because we might be likely calling you back up for some follow-up. Mary Ann, Arthur, would you come forward? And if you could just explain where you live in proximity, you can use the tall mic too, you can bend it down. where you live in proximity and some of the concerns that you've got?
Okay, so I live behind Kingston Kitchen. It's 475 feet from the business. From October 2021 to June 2022, we've had issues with a loud bass noise penetrating the neighborhood because on Thursday nights, they turn it into a nightclub. It's the hours posted in the past were from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then on Thursday, they would reopen at 10 and go till 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning with the DJ loud bass sound. Mr. Kosachik has been so great with helping with the code. Right now, there's a warning on their business about the noise, so they're not allowed to have any noise. My fear is that this liquor license will reactivate the DJ because the hours on their website are already set up for Thursday nights from 11 to 2 a.m. and all the other nights are from 11 to 10:30 p.m. as a restaurant. What else can I say? You know, it's an issue. The code people would come by in the past. I don't want to talk too long, you know, go over to the business and tell them to quiet. They would quiet for a little while and then they turn up the DJ again. So it's been an issue for quite a while. Not now because they have a warning on their business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's fine. Sir, would you want to come back? Did you catch his name? Clovis. Mr. Williams, how long have you managed the Kingston Kitchen?
I own the restaurant since 2021, but I used to go back and forth to Florida, where I was living. When that incident that she talked about, I just came from Florida. The manager who was there, she arranged those events. When I came, about 2 days after I came, that's when the city came and turned the music off. I told them I'm not the one who arranged those, the DJs. So from then, I've been complying with all the regulations. No music is there now, no DJs, no loud noise, because I'm totally against that. So.
Okay, so we have had multiple ongoing complaints from the adjacent residents about the blaring music well into the night, multiple TPD visits, Tucson Police Department visits. It's a waste of resources. It's had a negative impact on the surrounding area. We just finished some very lengthy discussions with a nightclub, not a restaurant, but a nightclub up the street on Speedway.
Yeah.
In which they made a whole series of concessions about hours of operation, about lighting, about having patrols in their parking lot. And this isn't something that I would expect, obviously, out of a restaurant. But the point I'm making is that they made some very significant concessions in order to secure the liquor license. And I haven't heard a word from you or anybody from the restaurant about this liquor license. But I have heard lots of input from the community surrounding it. What are you proposing to do with respect to the hours of operation? 2:30 in the morning for a restaurant on a weeknight is an issue?
No,
Well, it's on your website, especially considering the history we've got with respect to the loud blaring music coming out the back door. In fact, I remember the incident in which when the police went there, within a half hour after they left, they actually opened the door to make sure that the music was even more intrusive. So that's the history.
Yeah.
And we really should have a more engaged conversation with you and the management about what's going to happen on that site before I feel comfortable recommending an approval of this to add liquor, especially till 2:30 in the morning on a weeknight when you've got that stuff going on. So what do you say?
No, we're not open until 2:30. Since the city came out and the code and give us the warning, we never open until 2. We close until 10 o'clock. From 10:30 in the morning till 10 at night. That's it.
And it's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant.
Totally get it.
We stopped playing music because we have a warning, and I am complying with all regulations.
So as a condition of a recommendation of approval, are you willing on the record to commit to no more DJs, no more loud music, and you're going to close at 10 p.m.?
Whatever the city, whatever rules is there, I will comply.
So, Mr. Rankin, is that sufficient to generate a commitment that the liquor board will put in terms of a condition on the property if we recommend approval?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, members of the Mayor and Council, when considering your recommendation on a liquor license, we don't have the ability to impose conditions like we do in a zoning. Now I know, I'm very aware of the recent case we had in connection with the nightclub that you talked about, which was a somewhat different situation. If the applicant were to engage in an agreement with, say, a homeowners association or a recognized group that represents the neighborhood, then it could be an enforceable condition between those parties. But I think it would be appropriate that if you do move forward with a recommendation for approval, you put it on the record that it's only based upon the applicant's agreement that he will not engage in the hours of operation that have been described past 10 o'clock or whatever the agreement is.
To the clerk then, I guess, when do we have to act on this?
This looks to be the last opportunity before the next
Do we have the
scheduled meeting is
opportunity
after.
to, can the applicant request a delay at the state until we have a chance to meet with him and the neighbors and craft that agreement?
The last communication I saw from the State Department of Liquor is that they were not going to be considering extensions of time, even if they're agreed upon in front of the local governing body. One thing that you could consider would be to move it forward with no recommendation, because you're not comfortable moving it forward with a recommendation for approval without satisfaction of the conditions. And that could build a little time between now and when it would be heard from the board, that we could indicate to the board whether an agreement had been reached.
So, Mr. Williams, when are you available, when's the soonest you're available to meet with my office and the residents from the surrounding area to try and talk about this agreement?
I'm available anytime because this is very important, so I have to make myself available.
Okay, then what I'm going to do is ask the council to agree to a recommendation of no recommendation, with the caveat that that will turn into a denial if we can't come to an agreement. Is that appropriate, Mr. Rankin?
Another way to frame that would be to recommend denial, however, subject to the fact that we're authorized to remove that objection, remove the recommendation for denial if an appropriate agreement is reached.
Okay, that's better. So that would be the motion, to recommend denial with the caveat that if we are able to come to an agreement with the owner and the surrounding area residents, we will remove that recommendation of denial and turn it into approval. That's the motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Williams, I just want to make sure that you understand exactly what we're moving. The Councilmember Kosacik wants to give you and the neighbor or neighborhood that has the concerns about your business the opportunity to sit down and come to a conclusion before we accept or give recommendation for approval of your liquor license. So just wanted to make sure that you understand exactly what's being said. So you will have to engage in conversation and dialogue with the Ward 6 office as well as neighborhood representatives.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Don't run off, because I'm going to come out and get your contact information.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Steve. Next one.
High Cat Glassware in Ward 4.
Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one where staff is indicating that they are currently not in compliance. We would like to try to give a little bit more time for them to get into compliance. So on this one, I move that we set, and Mr. Rankin, you have to tell me if this is a thing. I move we send this application to the State Liquor Board with a no recommendation, with the condition that the applicant meet PDSD requirements by the state's November 26th deadline. Is that good? That's the motion.
That is a motion.
Second.
And there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Just want to make sure that Councilmember Kosacik said yes, aye from afar. Which one's the next one?
Item 9, Tacos y Mariscos in Ward 6 has been recommended for denial.
Okay. So, item 9, Tacos y Mariscos, that is for lack of payment. So according to Councilmember Kosacik, this would go to the Liquor Board with a recommendation of denial. So I need a motion and a second.
Second.
There's a motion from the chamber floor. And a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Just want to make sure that Councilmember Kosacik voted aye. Yeah. Any others?
No, Your Honor, that's it.
All righty. Okay, good.
And just to be clear on the record, that was a motion by Councilmember Kosacik, duly seconded and approved, recommending denial based on the lack of payment as documented in the materials, in the mayor and council agenda materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. All righty. So we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I have 3 cards. And our first speaker is Cindy Hogan. Cindy Hogan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cindy Hogan. I live in Ward 1. I'm currently contracted with Literacy Connects, serving as their digital inclusion ambassador. I've been working on digital inclusion efforts for the past 2 years with city, Pima County, state, and national organizations. Literacy Connects and our partners are working to increase public awareness about the digital divide that exists right here in Tucson and Pima County. Currently, more than 15% percent of homes in Pima County do not have in-home broadband internet service. 15% may not sound like a large number, but when we understand how necessary the internet has become in most every facet of our lives, it is a very serious issue. Compare that by asking what if 15% of homes had no electricity. Nowadays, many things that are essential to the health, economic stability, and well-being of individuals and families, such as applications for employment, housing, and assistance programs, are now exclusively online. The time is now to ensure that everyone who wants to pursue education, job advancement, and meaningful civic engagement has the opportunity to connect to the internet regardless of their economic status. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, is a $14.5 billion nationwide discount program that was approved as part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. It provides a $30 discount on monthly internet service to eligible households. That's 75% per month on tribal lands. About 50 million households across the country that are eligible for the program. To date, about 15 million have enrolled. That's about 30% of those who are eligible. We would like to help those numbers climb, especially in Tucson and Pima County. The sign-up process for ACP is not simple, but to be sure, but it is the best and most well-funded vehicle we have at this point to address internet affordability. I would like to invite Mayor and Council to again post digital flyers in both English and Spanish in your newsletters, as well as print them for distribution in your offices if you're willing. I will email those to your offices in the morning. The Arizona State Library System also has a team of trained digital navigators available by phone every weekday to assist people with signups in both English and Spanish. The hotline number will be on the flyer. I am active in local and national ACP work groups and have done signups myself, so I'm very familiar with the program. I would be happy to answer any questions Mayor and Council or audience members might have about the ACP. My email address is cindyhogan333@gmail.com. That's cindyhogan333@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. And I do invite you to follow up with our offices just to make sure that we do distribute that information that you want to provide. Thank you so much. Ms. Jane Evans.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jane Evans. I live at 2945 North Fontana. On January 13th, 2022, the Poverello House submitted an application to the City of Tucson for an ARPA grant for $250,000. This grant was for the purchase and reconstruction of facilities at their existing day shelter for homeless men at 221 East Lee. They received this ARPA grant from the City of Tucson for this project. After the money was granted, the owner of the property on Lee Street would not sell. The Poverello House then bought another piece of property at 267 East Blackledge. They're now planning on using the ARPA grant money to expand this property. Is this legal? Can you really write a grant for one property and then move those funds to another? I have several questions about this grant. Who reviews the grant proposals? Did this person read in the proposal that they didn't even own the property they were asking to receive $250,000 for? In the proposal, it states they don't own the property. The Poverello House had a letter of support from Ward 3. Who wrote this letter? Did they realize they were supporting a project that wasn't even going to take place in the location they supported? I just wonder again, is this legal? The Poverello House enables homeless men. They don't help find housing for them. Is this the best way for the City of Tucson to spend $250,000? The Poverello House offers showers, laundry, and food. They do nothing to try to end homelessness. They will tell you this themselves. You and I are all paying back this ARPA grant money. We're tax-paying citizens. We're on the hook for the payment of this grant money. Tucson needs to find ways to end homelessness. We don't need to find ways to make it more convenient for men to remain homeless. The Poverello House can legally serve at most 200 men per month. You gave them $250,000 for this. Many of the same men come each week, lowering the number served to many fewer than 200 per month. Think of what could be done with $250,000 to really help combat homelessness in Tucson. A facility with dozens of showers and laundry facilities could have been constructed so 100 homeless men per day could clean up. These clean men could then go out and seek employment. Homeless families could have a safe place to wash themselves and their clothes so they could have even a tiny bit of normalcy. A facility that serves many should provide services, counseling, drug treatment, literacy classes. You cannot end the homelessness by enabling the homeless and not offering services they need to function in society. This is exactly what the Provello House does. They do not try to end homelessness. In my opinion, this was a very poor decision to grant funding to an organization that has no intention to end homelessness. This $250,000 was granted in error, I believe, and I would like to see it investigated. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Evans, I'm going to make sure that Mr. Ortega follows up with your concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Russell Lowe's. Hi, Russ. How are you?
Hello, everybody. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Russell Lowe's. I live in Ward 6. I am on the advisory board of Arizona's for Community Choice, and I am on the board of Physicians for Social Responsibility, the local chapter. I would like to compare what a community choice energy system could do for Tucson residents with what Tucson Electric Power does. First off, though, what is community choice energy? Also known as community choice aggregation, a Tucson CCE would take over production of energy from TEP. Simply put, electric utilities do two things. They produce electricity and they deliver it. CCEs are operating in 10 states to take over this buying and producing of electricity from utilities like TEP from all over the nation. Cities like Tucson are recognizing that utilities have been dragging their feet on implementing solar and wind energy. After all these years, TEP only produced 10% of its electricity in 2021 with renewable energy, while it should have been at least 80% by now. This is why community choice energy is a great match for the Tucson Climate Action Plan. A Tucson CCE can do better than TEP. While choosing where and who to buy energy from, a City of Tucson CCE would partner with TEP and would compensate TEP for any loss. Here are some comparisons with a CCE and TEP. CCEs will do a quick conversion to solar and wind and energy storage, typically 80% within 5 years, instead of TEP's 10% after 20 years. CCEs will quickly reduce costs, emissions, and water use at power plants. TEP will not. CCEs are likely to look at what needs are best met by their citizens. TEP is likely to look for the biggest PR bang for their buck without much true investment in our communities. CCEs are likely to look out for distressed neighborhoods, look for social justice, and care for its citizens of least means. If TEP gave as much to our citizens as a CCE would, investors could sue to stop investment rate of return losses. Clearly, CCEs look primarily to the good of their citizens, while TEP looks out primarily for the good of their investors. Please include community choice energy in the Climate Action Plan. Pass a resolution to petition the Arizona Corporation Commission to do a feasibility study on CCEs by a reputable firm, and last, lobby for getting this study done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was the end of call to the ends. I don't have any more cards, so we move on to item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through P.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have approval of minutes. Item B is Mayor and Council establishing the Mayor and Council 2023 meeting schedule. That item will be considered separately. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for wastewater billing services. Item D is a final plat, S22013, Casas del Cerrito, lots 1 through 49, common areas A and B. Item E is a final plat, S21019, Bella Tierra, Phase 2, lots 1 through 105, FLD subdivision, common areas A1, A2, B1, B3, C1, and C8. Item F is a final plat, S21052, Golf Links and Kolb, lots 1 through 8. Item G is a final plat, S21023, Melwood and Franklin, lots 1 through 5. That item will be considered separately. Item H is a general plan adoption of the Community Engagement Program for the 2025 General Plan Update. Item I is real property, approving a ground lease agreement with Phantom Space Corporation to expand research and development operations. Item J is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority funds from 2 completed transit facility projects to 2 new biking and walking improvement projects. That item will be considered separately. Item K is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County for the provision of fixed route transit services for designated areas of Pima County, the town of Marana, and the city of South Tucson. Item L is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County for regional transportation service improvements for fiscal year 2023. Item M is an agreement with Pima Association of Governments for the reimbursement of funds related to transit studies. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County for the Downtown Links project. Item O is the Tucson Code amending Chapter 22 to establish the Juneteenth holiday. That item will be considered separately. And item P is an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Tucson and Pima County Community College District.
May I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move we pass the consent agenda items, and I have them here. And Suzanne, if you would double check me. A, C through F, H through I, K through N, and P.
That's awesome.
Second.
That's
Second.
impressive. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Clerk?
Item B is Mayor and Council establishing the Mayor and Council 2023 meeting schedule.
I requested this item be pulled only because I wanted to have a little bit of a conversation with you all. I know that the clerk is going to have to go back to you all regarding the availability, your availability for council meetings. But I just wanted to note that, for example, the first meeting in January is the 3rd of January, and I am aware of some of you, including myself, being out of town on the first Tuesday of the month in January, which is the 3rd. I also wanted to note that the first meeting in July is the 4th of July, so we might have to move that. And the first meeting in November is on Election Day, and this Mayor and Council has usually not had council meetings on Election Day so that we can participate. So I will further discuss with Ms. Message the concerns that I have with the meeting schedule as presented, but would like for her to go around and kind of make sure that you all feel comfortable or not with the schedule that is being presented to us today. So, Mr. Rankin, how would I proceed in terms of the approval of this item? Ms. Clerk?
Your Honor, on the bottom of the schedule that's attached to the item, some of the dates you listed were ones recognized by our office as probably needing to be canceled due to lack of quorum. So if this list works for you as part of the adoption of the schedule, the meetings that you listed will be canceled or moved. That would be January 3rd will be canceled due to lack of quorum. February 2nd is President's Day, so that meeting would be moved to February 22nd. 4th of July would be canceled. August 7th is the date of the primary election. It's always a Monday. We can move it to Tuesday. September 4th is Labor Day, so the meeting would be Wednesday, September 6th. November 7th would be canceled. November 13th is the same. It's a Monday, but the meeting would be held on Tuesday or not. And then December 4th is the mayor and council inauguration. So that is a Monday, and we will meet on that day.
Okay, so with that, we'd approve pending movement or possible cancellation? Assume we will cancel.
Direction to cancel those.
Okay, alrighty. So I'd like to have someone move that we approve the schedule
Madam Mayor, I'll move the agenda.
with the caveat of the cancellation of certain meetings and working with the mayor and council to find a better date for those.
Second.
Madam Mayor, so moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes.
Item G will be considered separately. Final plat S21-023 Melwood and Franklin lots 1 through 5.
Alrighty, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As referenced during the study session today, this is just being voted on separately so that the Vice Mayor will be recusing from the vote.
So may I have a motion to pass the item on the agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Do we have to go to roll call to note the recusal or no? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes with note for the record, Vice Mayor recusing herself from this item. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you. Item J is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority funds from 2 completed transit facility projects to 2 new biking and walking improvement projects. Councilmember Kozachik requested.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you. I asked for this item to be pulled because it relates to an RFP that the RTA put out about 1 month after we had agreed to stay at the table, and they had agreed to look for any and all funding sources to complete our unfinished projects. This RTA RFP said that they have around $500,000 to repurpose from one of our projects to another. They're called RTA number 41 eligible projects, which relate to greenways and bikeways. But at the end of their RFP, they say if no projects are available, then they'll throw it back in the kitty and can be repurposed to other roadway projects. So I am not going to support this because not because I don't support the project, but because I don't think it's consistent with our message to the RTA that they go and search for any and all available funds to finish our roadway projects. Anyone else on the council? I understand these are greenway projects that need to be completed and that they lack funding. They're neither of them in Ward 6. I'm happy to support my council member colleagues in their desire to complete those projects. But given our situation with the RTA, I think this is an inconsistent message that we're sending to them.
Just wanted to go back and ask for a motion to proceed with funding these 2 projects. I understand, Councilmember Kozachik, your concerns. I personally think that these particular projects are consistent with the priorities that mayor and council have put forward, and would like to see these projects funded. I think it's important that, especially since RTA has been removing funds from biking and cycling projects, I think this is important to be able to move forward. So I don't know if my colleagues would want to add additional statements or input on this. These are, let's see, unspent funds remaining. Department of Transportation and Mobility would like to reprogram the funds for new biking and walking improvement projects. One is the Marianne Cleveland Way Shared Use Path Project and the 18th Street, 8th Avenue, and South Campbell Pinal Bicycle Boulevard projects. So,
Mayor, if I could,
Councilwoman Lee.
due to the nature of that space, now that I'm looking at the projects, I know that Councilmember Cunningham is not on to talk about the park and ride facility, but given the fact that it is walking friendly, right? That's kind of the intention of that. I would go ahead and offer to move these forward for the group's discussion.
There is a motion to move forward with the projects. Do you hear a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries with, let's see, what is it, 5 of us? 5 and 1. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I'm here, as I voted yes. There's 7 of us.
There's 6 of us. Councilmember Cunningham is not here. Councilmember Fimbres.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Ms. Clerk?
The last item is item O, Tucson Code amending Chapter 22 to establish the Juneteenth holiday requested at the request of Councilmember Fimbres.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, the Tucson will formalize their, City of Tucson will formalize their vote on September 27th and be the first city in Arizona to recognize Juneteenth as an official city holiday. Tucson is following the end of the federal government Juneteenth National Independence Day Act of 2021. The act was passed by Congress, created a federal holiday when President Joe Biden signed it into law. The City of Tucson has been a leader in enacting civil rights measures, supporting the Martin Luther King holiday, honoring the work and legacy of our Dr. King. Tucson has supported the MLK March and Festival held of the Juneteenth Festival. Tucson was the first city to have a voter-approved parks measure, creating the Buffalo Soldier Memorial at once Quincy Douglas in my ward. Tucson has been a city to recognize this work and legacy of those fighting for human rights, such as our city having the holiday for Cesar Chavez, the only one in Arizona to do so, and we are following suit with Juneteenth. I want to thank the IMA, the Tucson chapter of the NAACP, the Tucson Juneteenth Festival, Dunbar Coalition, the Tucson MLK March Committee, the Dunbar Pavilion, the Sugar Hill Coalition, and the Tucson Black Film Society for working with me on this project. Also Grady Scott, Willie Blake, James Christopher, Sherry Jackson. I want to thank my colleagues in the City Council, Councilmember Steve Kosachik, and Councilmember Kevin Dahl for signing on to the original memo and for their work on this and their other efforts of civil rights measures. I want to thank the mayor and my other colleagues on the council for their support and their first vote during the September 27th mayor and council meeting. So with that, Mayor, I so move and we pass and adopt ordinance number 11966.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Well, I too want to add to the how important it is for the mayor and council and the city of Tucson to celebrate Juneteenth. This has been a project of many, many years. And on top of the work of Councilmember Fimbres and my other colleagues on the council, both Councilmember Dahl and Councilmember Kosachik, I know that I talked with Councilwoman Lee back in 2020, I believe, with the concept and idea of making Juneteenth a holiday. So we're all on board and very happy to be the first city in Arizona, I believe, that has made Juneteenth an official City of Tucson holiday. So congratulations all. With the motion and a second, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your leadership on this issue.
That completes the consent agenda, Your Honor.
Item 8,
Zoning C9 22-08, McNew Investments LLC, Golf Links C1 to C2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 320 dated November 14th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.12 acres from C1 to C2 zoning. The rezoning site is comprised of a vacant land located on the south side of Golf Links Road, east of the intersection of Golf Links and Pantano Parkway, and west of the intersection of Golf Links and South Oakenshaw Way. Staff recommends authorization of the C2 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Member of the council, Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road. We represent Rusty and Peggy McNew of McNew Investments, who are the owners and operators of, or soon-to-be owners and operators of the property, hopefully. So, thank you.
Mr. Juneman, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Madam Mayor, we are.
Excellent. So, Ms. Clerk, do you have to read the ordinance or no? No? Alrighty, what is the council's pleasure? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd first like to thank the owner and representatives at McNew Investments and Rory and Robin for all their time working with the abutting residents. From everything I heard, that you all went way above and beyond in working with the residents, so I really appreciate that. The area is in need of redevelopment as it's been riddled with some issues that the neighbors have had to endure over the years, so this development will help address some of those issues naturally. I appreciate the thoughtful approach taken to ensure that each resident abutting the property has visual, sound, and safety mitigation measures in place to protect their quality of life. And so with that, Mayor, I move the authorization of C2 zoning subject to the conditions outlined in Attachment A of the Mayor and Council materials.
There's a motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9.
Tucson Code amending Chapters 10 and 22, Articles, certain provisions of the city's compensation plan and leave benefit plan to align with changes approved through the Memoranda of Understanding with the Communication Workers of America, CWA, and the Tucson Firefighters Association, TFFA.
City Manager's Communication Number 325 dated November 14th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 11967 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11967 relating to leave and other benefits, the Tucson Code, Chapter 22, Pensions, Retirement, Group Insurance, Leave Benefits, and Other Insurance Benefits, Article 5, Leave Benefit Plan, amending Section 22-94, Military Leave, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move the agenda. Item.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11967 passes by a vote of 6-0.
I'd like to read ordinance number
Please go ahead
11968
and
by
read
number and
it.
title only. Ordinance number 11968 relating to leave and other benefits, the Tucson Code, Chapter 22, Pensions, Retirement, Group Insurance, Leave Benefits, and Other Insurance Benefits, Article 5, Leave Benefit Plan, amending Section 22-95, Paid Parental Leave, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Move the
Madam
item.
Mayor, move the agenda. As I said before.
There is a motion and a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11968 passes by a vote of 6-0. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11969 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11969 relating to compensation plan, amending Tucson Code, Chapter 10, Civil Service, Human Resources, Article 2, Compensation Plan, Section 10-33.1, proficiency pay for City of Tucson employees certified as bilingual users of American Sign Language, ASL, or Spanish, establishing pay amount, setting an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure? So move. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11969 passes by a vote of 6-0. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11970 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11970 relating to compensation plan, amending Tucson Code, Chapter 10, Civil Service, Human Resources, Article 2, Compensation Plan, amending Section 10-34.1, assignment and incentive pay for maintaining paramedic certification and working as a paramedic, and adding Section 10-34.2, assignment pay for commissioned fire personnel assigned to a paramedic truck, Section 10-34.3, incentive pay for maintaining a hazardous materials certification and assignment to a hazardous materials team, Section 10-34.4, incentive pay for maintaining a personal fitness trainer peer certification and active participation in the program, and Section 10-34.5, incentive pay for maintaining a peer operations support team post-certification and active participation in the program, establishing pay amount, setting an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11970 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, December 6th at or after 5:30 p.m. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for this long meeting. And the next time we will be in December. So happy Thanksgiving, y'all, and be safe and enjoy the time with family.
Take care, Madam Mayor. God bless you.
Thank you, council member. Be safe.